Hello and welcome to the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Challenge Championship. It is day one of the play-ins. This is where we have all the titled women of the world fighting out for top spot. I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and it's a great pleasure to be commenting the action alongside Grandmaster Robert Hass.
Yeah, well, I'm pumped for today's action, Ivanka, because we know that every player in this field, they're hungry. They also will be deserving of the spot if they do, in fact, win today's action and qualify for the main event. So it's going to be an exciting battle between many strong players.
Absolutely. I can't wait for it. It's the very first day. And a little birdie has told me there's already some big names already entered. But what are they all playing for? They are playing for a coveted spot into the main event. And this one is, look at it. It is incredibly prestigious. 16 players. 2 players have already qualified via the Titled Tuesday leaderboard. And they are Polina Shuvalova and Anna Sargsyan. We have 4 players yet to qualify via the play-ins. Today, 1 person will get their spot into this main event, and 10 players are directly invited. And one of them is Robert, who you found.
Well, I think that Yifan should always be invited, as is the case for Katerina Lucknow. Yifan won in 2023, Lucknow in 2022. So these are our last 2 champions. Will we see a new face at the top? That's what remains to be seen.
Yeah, absolutely. But today it's all about the play-ins. It's a big Swiss followed by some knockouts. Robert, let's dive into the detail because this one is going to provide for some very exciting chess. It's 11 rounds of chess to begin with at the time control of 3 minutes plus a 1 second bonus per move. And then things get heated because the top 4 players will then move on to a knockout stage.
Oh, don't say heated. It's a record hot day in London. It's just too hot. But the play will also be sizzling because we will get 4 players moving on. And Ivanka, that's always the fun bit. When they play these mini matches against each other, no longer will they be in the Swiss after those 11 games. And that way they can determine the champion over the board. Well, online, I guess you should say, against one another.
Yeah. And well, it is going to get sizzling, as you mentioned, because look at the time control, 3 minutes plus 1 second. It's the same time control played in Titled Tuesday, but it doesn't leave that much room for errors, mistakes, and of course, you've got to keep calm. What do you think about that, Robert?
I love the time control. I think it's perfect for players who want to get that speed chess in but don't want to get flagged all the time. They call it dirty flagging when you're up material but your opponent is just playing for the clock. So you can rebuild your time. That's always nice. And it's a familiar format, as you said, Title Tuesday time control.
Yes. Well, we do see as that the top 4 players will go into the knockout section. So let's have a look at what that entails. Because this one is also pretty intense because it is going to be a 6-game match. And the players do have a time control first of 2 games of 5 minutes plus 1 second, then 2 games of 3 minutes plus 1 second, then 2 games of 1 minute and 1 second. And you know what? If everything is still tied after these 6 games, well, then we are going to see Armageddon. And that's going to be very, very exciting. I can't wait for this one. It's just going to be insane. The players have to be very, very flexible here because 5 minutes plus 1 second is 1 time control. And then it kind of decreases significantly to just 1 minute and 1 second.
And we hear throughout each and every Speed Chess Championship players they say, oh, I feel like I have all the time in the world in that 5+1 time control. But then suddenly it gets quicker and they're not able to adjust because these things happen in just a couple games. So, Ivanka, you're right that we get a mix of time controls, but that can also be tricky for the players to handle.
Yes, and especially when those nerves start to creep in. But Robert, which one of these time controls is your favorite?
Definitely the middle one. I'm not a huge bullet fan, not a specialist by any means. 5+1 these days, it feels too long. So that Title Tuesday time control, 3 minute plus 1 second increment, that's mine. What about you, Ivanka?
over the board, I would definitely opt for 5 minutes plus 1 second. But online, I have to say, I do quite like my 1 minute chess. There's certain satisfaction to playing very quickly.
That actually surprised me. I was thinking that you would say, the longer time control, but you're a bullet fan, are you?
Somehow or other, I am drawn to that one. When I have time to kill, I literally just go on my phone and start playing 1 minute chess. Who would have thought? But I do.
Okay, well, secrets are revealed every day. I really was not expecting that, Ivanka. You caught me by absolute surprise.
And yeah, well, we will have our surprises here and there. But, well, we are so close to the start of the play-ins, and some big names have already been entered. I already can see that Irina Krush is in there. Olga Giria, 9-year-old Bodana is also in the mix.
Everyone roots for Bodana, I feel like. As a commentator, I always try to remain neutral. I think I am for the most part, but it's hard not to root for her. That video of her and Peter Lee that came out last year where she's like, Peter, it's check. Like, that was just one of the sweetest things that I think I've seen. So for Bodana, she's on the rise. She's not just this youngster who, sits there and you just take for granted. Of course, she is vicious, and she's your teammate, Ivanka. So I guess what can you say about Bodana?
I mean, she's such a talent. Just 9 years old, and she's already crossed 2,200. I mean, you don't get this kind of talent every single day. And not only that, she's certainly beaten titled players before. She drew against Paul Matwani in the British. She did very well for herself there. And I just can't wait to see how she handles this particular event. She's also very confident, as all young kids tend to be.
Well, this field is very strong. As you mentioned, some great results from Bodana there, but she's going to need to do that round after round in this field. We know the likes of Nurgul Salimova will be in the competition. Anastasia Bodnaruk, who just dazzled the world back in December in the World Rapid and Blitz Championships. You expect typically to have the familiar names at the top, and Anastasia, right? She really surprised the masses by finishing on the podium with that gold medal.
Yes, and other names, we have Bela Kotinasvili, we also have Numanova, Irina Krush, Lea Garifulina, Julia Usmak, Irina Bulmaga. Irina has a very exciting style. She really just plays the most aggressive chess possible.
I was going to call her the bulldozer for a second, because she really does have that style where if you're not looking out, she really will just run you over on the chessboard. So we see some mix of styles, some players from different generations. I mean, Ivanka, only one spot available today. There will be other qualifiers throughout the week. So it's going to be interesting to see who will make the top 4 places and then who will go on from there to make it to the main event in the Women's Speeches Championship, because that these players, it means a lot to them.
It certainly does, because, when you qualify to the main event, you're going to be playing alongside some of the best women, some of the most talented juniors in the world. And it's your time to shine. And this event is open to absolutely everyone, which means anyone has a chance. And, when it comes to online chess, it's all very much about just getting those wins together, getting those long winning streaks, and anything can happen at this time control. So I'm absolutely pumped for this event. We're 2 minutes away, Robert, and I can't contain my excitement anymore. It's fantastic to be part of one of these massive online speed events for women.
Yeah, it's all fun and games until the action gets underway. Then it's serious competition. And these players, they may be friends over the board, they may be compatriots and teammates, but that doesn't mean that you take it easy on anyone. And only 4 places matter at the moment, right? Getting the top 4 of the Swiss, and it seems that we have about 64 entrants at the moment. Maybe a few will trickle in at the final buzzer here, but Ivanka, with 64 players, that means you're going to have to rack up a serious score to make the top 4 places.
Yes, absolutely, and I like that 64. It's very appropriate. 64 squares on the board, 64 players. We'll see what happens. 30 seconds, and the games are gonna get kicked off. Oh my god. I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't know why I'm so pumped for this type of chess, but I absolutely am. 3 minutes plus 1 seconds. The players will have to be calm. They're going to be great. They're going to have to be great with the mouse as well. And a lot of these players, they're great over the board players, but that doesn't necessarily transfer over to online chess. But I can see it's rock and roll time, Robert.
Let's dive right in. And it seems that the top seed for today's action is none other than Nurgul Salimova, who did oh so well in the World Cup, made her way to the candidates. Didn't have the best showing. She, of course, was striving for first place like everybody else. But here, again, looking for that first place, or otherwise it isn't getting the job done. So out of the gates, we see a quiet opening. Jovanka, nothing too much to write home about at the moment, just standard opening fare.
Yes, but this is very much in Nurgul's style. She likes these kind of very classical positions where she can just simply start developing her pieces to good squares, control the center, and then push forward. And there, she's gotten what she likes. Very closed. There's no tension in the center of the board. Now it's just going to be about just finding a good role for her dark squared bishop. And now it comes to f4. And for black, I guess they have to just keep maintaining that flexibility in the position. Don't commit the pawn to d5. Instead, it goes to d6. And perhaps trying to get the break of e5 and making use of the half-open c line.
Yeah, e5 is something black would really like to get in at the right moment. White, of course, has her pieces staring at that square, and the rook will join once this bishop moves out the way. But Jovanka, it's not the position that we see where there's pawn tension, there are open lines. It's actually quite a close position for the time being, but I think we have to watch out. There could be a sacrifice on the horizon, and that's why h6 was played to take away that knight g5 hop.
Yes, definitely there's some unpleasant pressure on f7. It is a sensitive point. Also, you can think about queen to b3. Well, white is not she's not being exactly shy with her intentions, hitting at f7, forcing the rook backwards. a4, grabbing space on the queen side. I actually really love how Nurgul is playing, and she's making it look so easy as well.
And that's the beauty of this kind of position, this opening, where you play the London system. When it goes right, it just works perfectly. And you see black's moves about that. There was rook e8 back to f8, a pawn to h6, a pawn to a6. Black is kind of shuffling, and this was a mistake. Apparently there's something tactical here, but Jovanka, I can hardly blame Nurgul in a blitz game like this. You just want to take over that e-file and double your rooks.
Yeah, absolutely. And sorry, I just need to do some moving around with my board, and then I'll get there. Yeah, I can see that there's been a lot of just moving with the pieces actually from Nurgul there, as she just doubles up on the E line.
Why not? The e7 point is a potential target, though black at some moment can fix that with pawn to e6. But you can see that black playing very quickly, and sometimes, Jovanka, in blitz chess, the most important thing is just playing as fast as possible, even if your position looks slightly worse. If you have a lead on the clock, that can more than make up for it.
Yeah. I have to say one thing about Nurgul's position is that all the happy moves have been played. She's maximized the potential of her rooks. But what next? And here comes the follow through. She moves her knight to the corner of the board, h2. Where's it going from there? Is she perhaps trying to reroute it to g4 and then make use of her open h line? Or maybe she just wants to get the knight that's sitting on d2 into play.
Yeah, even knight g4, it offers trades. It's trying to open the position up, but now black is stabilizing. That's the key. And as we see on the clock, black does have a 20-second lead. That's a healthy plus. But I like moves like knight g4 because even if there's no direct threat, Jovanka, the black king has to just start looking out for the white pieces staring in its direction.
Yeah, definitely some potentials on the h6 square. But okay, we see a trade. And well, now there's some questions for black to answer. There's going to be pressure against h6. They will always have to be worried about g4, g5 coming into the position. And let's not forget the pawn on a6. That's a weakness.
And speaking of weaknesses,
queen d3. This is setting up a battery.
You called it exactly. Why not? And if the rook has to go to 8 or the knight to c7, these are retreating moves that you don't want to play. Knight e4 is tempting everybody, but watch out. There's a little bit of a pawn fork here. So bishop a2. Jovanka, love retreating moves like that. It's just one step back because now the knight can even go to c4 with a double attack.
Yeah, absolutely. Isn't knight c4 just killing? And sure enough, you called it, it's on the board.
Dynamite square, dynamite move, and that should do the trick. And that's the problem in Black's position. Not a single piece past your own third rank, the sixth rank in this case. And Ivanka, White was able to regroup just in the right way and take that pawn on b6, and you can live to tell the tale by pushing your pawn to a5 next.
Yep, that's been done. But the players are now under the minute mark. And this is all about remaining calm, making sure that you just don't panic when your clock is ticking down. 46 seconds for Nurgul. d5, closing down the center. Queen f3, finding a new point to attack. Okay, well, this one is pretty obvious. So maybe king g7, maybe the queen will step up to e7. I just noticed there's bishop on g3. It looks like it's sleeping, but there is a pin on the board against the knight on c7. So maybe you could even entertain ideas of g5 at the right time. Like,
yeah, you go bishop to h4. Speaking of g5, Black may have to play g5, but it opens up a new diagonal. No, Ivanka, this is not what you want.
No, this is not good. I mean, Nurgul could have perhaps played queen to d3, but bishop b5, I would gift that rook away. And sure enough, oh, look at that move. Queen f6, big threat. Bishop g7. No, Black's king is in dire straits here.
But she's holding on quite nicely. And you can see that bishop e5 was the correct move. It was given a brilliancy, and it was a great decision. And here the key is getting this queen in line with the bishop. As soon as you're able to get that battery, the Black king is just getting hunted, and Nurgul's doing everything correct.
Yes, and as you mentioned, her opponent is definitely holding on, and well, we're in that critical stage where the players are down to the final seconds, and there we see 12 seconds for Black, 17 seconds. It's just a 1 second time bonus. c5 on the board. Okay. It's looking absolutely wonderful for White, but can she hold her nerve?
Both players down to 13 seconds or below. Black just dipped under 10, and we see a trade of pawns. But now Ivanka e6 falls, and that should finally do the trick.
Yes, now White is just crashing through, and one of these protected pass pawns, they're going to reach the destination. Rook d7, Queen retreats, and now the battery. 8 seconds, another pawn falls.
Was it 3 extra pawns at the moment? So yeah, Black is in a hopeless position. And finally, at long last, it seems like White has successfully crashed through, and that should do the trick. So I just want to note, Ivanka, that Bodana, she drew her game against Alexandra Moltsevskaya, an international master. So good start for Bodana over there. We'll get you updated on all the other results in the near future.
Yes, and again, I'm looking at the results, and no big surprises, actually. So a lot of the online specialists, like Karina Ambutsasova, she's doing well. And there you go. On the board, we see Nurgul just pushing those pawns forward. There's nothing to be done for Black. It's going to be game over. And there we can see Salimova wins.
She wins that cleanly in the end. So I'm going to switch on over to Yulia Osmak's game, the Ukrainian international master. She is up a pawn here, but if we think about it, she's up 2 pawns on the queen side, and Black has an extra pawn that's actually about to drop on the king side. So now it's 2 clean extra pawns. Ivanka, this should be relatively easy for a player of Osmak's strength.
Yes, definitely. It's just a matter of pushing the pawns in the right way, and there you can see White is playing beautiful chess. Another pawn is going to fall, and that's going to signal the end. You cannot survive 3 pawns down in a rook and pawn endgame.
No, you will not be able to handle 4 pawns now down against any player, but especially one like Yulia Osmak. So good start for her. And as I'm looking at the results, it seems like the highest rated players, Ivanka, they got the job done, with the one exception being Bodana, holding Moltsevskaya to a draw. So the top players should be relatively pleased with the outcome of the opening round.
Yes. Well, it's always very nice, even though if you're expected to win, to actually put the result in the bag, because then it kind of sets the tone for the tournament. And there we do see Julia. She's now they're going to easily checkmate her opponent. And there it comes,
I,
the rook roller.
I just want to say that she brought a queen to a7, and that was check. And that's important for some newer players, that when you're up so much material, you do not want to stalemate your opponent. So giving checks is a good way to prevent a stalemate from happening. And I see another game here. And whoa, wow, we are in tough territory here, aren't we, Ivanka? Queen and pawn versus queen. It says it's equal with the best play, but it's so difficult to find the best moves when you're down to your final seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the problem is how do you dodge the checks? Oh, but hang on a second. She did check on the diagonal, giving a chance for white to go g6. And now the thing is here is that white can just build up a lot of time on the clock. Oh no!
The queens!
Oh no! Princess Queen!
Oh my goodness, what a steal!
Oh, what a turnaround.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness. I can't believe what we just saw. Like, if we go here, Black was holding on perfectly, Ivanka, the king, all the way in the right place, away from the action. And the queen d5 check is a blunder, but actually let's change that into an exclamation point, because that move actually won Black the game with the tricky move that White didn't see coming.
king goes to g7. Oh, wow, that's a dirty online trick. But nonetheless, it did work. And well, now game 2 is in play, and we're going to be following the game between Arena Crush and Yulia Osmak. And there we do see a Nimzo Indian being played. Irina likes this system with white. Bishop d3. She is getting ready just to develop the knight, castle kingside, and establish that big center. Okay, knight to f3.
Yeah, White is just developing naturally, and I think, as we talked about Irina, I mean, just an absolute star of U.S. chess for so long, ever since she was a teenager. Not known for her blitz chess, I think, if we're honest, but she actually is improving. She's quite strong, and she's also a very well-established and highly regarded commentator. So Irina, she kind of does everything these days: coaching, playing, commentating. But now it's all about being a player. And when we look at this opening, we see the bar off the left of the board saying that it's actually quite a fighting position. Ivanka, I have to say, I typically like these positions from the black side with the bishop fianchettoed, and always the opportunity, or not anymore, to double White's pawns.
Oh, be careful, because that black bishop on b4 looked like it was going to be trapped, but that's why we saw pawn takes pawn, and Irina gets the center that she requires, and d5 is a great move, challenging White's authority there, and at the same time potentially lining up pawn takes pawn and forcing White to play with an IQP, an isolated queen's pawn. Play is still very, very dynamic.
It is, but this knight on b5, like, you don't want that piece there. It was going to trap that bishop, as you rightly called out, but now you regret it. You go for one idea, your opponent immediately parries it, and you're like, oh, where does this knight belong? Couldn't it be on e5, please, or somewhere over on the king side? Not so fast. Knights are slow-moving pieces.
Yeah, and now queen to e2. I thought maybe she could try rook c1 to try to make use of this knight being there on b5, but instead queen e2 played, and now we see that knight booted away. And also now the bishop from being kicked out from c4. So where should the bishop go? You know, instinctively I want to put it on d3, but bishop b3 was chosen. Okay, well, White is playing for that pawn break of d4, d5.
And look at Black. All of her forces are covering that square. I can only draw so many arrows. And Ivanka, I have to say, this is exactly how you play against an isolated queen pawn. That Osmak is doing everything correctly. She has that classical training. And if pieces get traded off, that pawn on d4, it becomes a weakness, definitely not a strength. So I think that I would much prefer Black's position at this stage. It just doesn't feel dynamic enough for Irina Krush.
Definitely. And also a threat of, you know, knight takes knight, stealing the pawn on a3. And that's why the bishop came back to d2. But, oh, it feels like, you know, the black pieces are not pointing to where they should be pointing to, which is towards the king side. Bishop d5, excellent move, initiating another set of trades, and now maybe she can go bishop c4.
Oh yeah, because queen e4 threatens checkmate in one, but f5 is the rebuttal, and actually Black picks up an exchange.
Yeah, it does. Was queen e4 played? Yeah.
It was.
Okay.
Yeah,
well, f5 on the board.
Well, Yvonne, I want to ask you a question here because black can pick up material, but then white picks up this e6 pawn with check. So, from a blitz perspective, do you feel like white would be happy about this turn of events?
Well, it's easier to attack than defend. And there you can see the king on h8, and immediately ideas like knight to e5 spring to mind. And suddenly white gets a lot of play. The pawn on f5 is hanging. Also, there's d5 in the air. Rook f6 given a question mark. It looks pretty natural. I guess the queen just retreats, and then d5. The rook is in the firing line.
Yeah, although black will likely plant a knight on d5 just to stop that pawn from advancing. So these moves, not easy. Irina down. She's got half the time of her opponent. I think that's the biggest storyline to me right now, Ivanka, is that white just does not have enough time to orchestrate an attack, or maybe that's just my thought and Irina will prove differently.
Yeah, well, the knight does locate itself on d5. Knight to e5 was the move from Irina. Given a question mark, knight takes bishop. Yeah, definitely. And then you get as greedy as possible. Bishop takes a3.
I'm laughing because that didn't cross my radar. Ivanka, you mentioned it earlier, but in no universe was I thinking about this teeny little pawn on a3, especially with very few pieces around the black king. But as you said, Julia's brave. It's not a bad decision. She can always play queen e8 here just to immediately... Wow, speaking of brave, another brave move there with g6.
Yeah, and I guess she's planning on going bishop f8, putting that bishop on g7, and solidly defending the king, which is something you really need to take care of when you're playing at this time control. But there you can see 18 seconds for Irina. Rook c8. I mean, black is so brave, allowing c4 as well. Bishop drops back, then white goes c5. I mean, the game continues.
Oh, and that was a bad move because you allowed c5 with tempo. Do not take this knight on e5. That opens up the d file with a discovery against the... Or I guess it's not really discovery. It's uncovering the d file against that black queen, and the rook on f6 would be lost. So we can see that Julia well ahead in the clock, up in exchange, but things are dicey.
Yeah, things are certainly dicey. And then the bishop comes to b3, knight f7, big threat on the board. How are you going to defend that? You step up with the king, no queen c7. I feel like the tables are turning. But Irina,
Yes.
10 seconds. c6.
And that's one of those moves that you're just pushing a passed pawn. But I would have played queen d5, lining the queen and bishop up, trying to threaten a mate. But no, the knight's into d7. Where's that rook going? It seems trapped.
Oh, he completely is trapped. I hadn't noticed that. And the white king is conveniently on f1, which means bishop takes pawn doesn't come with a check. So I guess you got to start returning the material and live with the consequences of allowing the white pawn that was on c3 all the way to c6.
This is
And
not
massive
what you
turnaround.
I mean, d6,
24
and then you take...
seconds.
You sacrifice the rook for the bishop on d6, and you checkmate along the diagonals. This is how the game should end, and Irina, of course, spots it.
Yeah, she's a great player. d6, queen to d5, also good. Crashing through in an alternative way.
Although I'm worried about her clock. That ended the game on the spot, and when you miss that first tactic and the game continues, queen takes h2 is going to scare her.
Yeah, but queen d7. Such a lovely move. You're threatening rook to e8 check. And here it comes.
Thumbs up. That's definitely a stamp of approval from me. I mean, what a find
Played
there.
with 2 seconds on the clock.
Oh,
Oh no! Massive! She pre-moved! Robert, she pre-moved. What's happening here? It's gone crazy.
Oh my goodness. Both of these players just went out of control for a moment there. I can't believe it, Ivanka.
No, it was a turn for the big spin. Rook to e1 is going to be met by queen c3. No, it didn't happen. Okay, with players just seconds left. And well, Irina wins. That was just unbelievable. But it was, time trouble. There comes a point when you're just playing with seconds left on your clock and your mind just goes.
Yeah, of course she was expecting at this stage king h7, and she wanted bishop g8 check after. But after rook takes rook, bishop g8, I mean, just loses on the spot. You trade queens, and you put your rook on d8. So this happens, but both players can be forgiven. Let's go to, another queen and pawn in game here. This time it's Selimova who's in trouble, the number 1 rated player in the field, against her compatriot. Do you think that, well, I actually don't see a check. That means the game should be over.
No, it is. And there we see Pecheva wins against Nergel Selimova, the top seed. Well, still a lot of rounds left, but what an eventful round so far.
Yeah, 2 games in a row, rounds in a row. We've seen these pre-move type blunders, just expecting one thing and receiving another. But after a couple rounds here, we can see to the left of the board we have Pecheva, who just beat the top seed. She's at 2 out of 2. We have many other competitors like Anastasia Bodnar, the women's world rapid champion. And why don't we head to her game in this round 3, because she's playing Anna Kubica from Poland. I might have mispronounced the last name, apologies, but a very strong player.
Yeah, absolutely. And there we are potentially going to see a close Sicilian, or is this just a sneaky move order to go d4? Okay, no, d4 played. A knight to f6, knight b3. Well, we're in for a sharp game.
Yeah, quiet start, but as you said, it gets sharper. White can even play f4 here, later trying to advance on the king side. But I think most of all, Ivanka, it's kind of slow play thus far for the Women's World Rapid Champion who surprised the world, even herself, winning on that grand stage. I just feel like she's playing, slowly until she tricks me. She
I was going to say, that's not the Anastasia I know. She plays incredibly aggressive chess. And there you see g5 pushing that knight back to f7, f4, back it up. But, with a lot of space comes a lot of responsibility. That means that Anastasia must keep control, because if Black is able to initiate chaos, breakthrough, then Black is probably going to be winning. Knight to b6.
Oh, but knight b6. There is
behind queen d4.
Queen d4, double attack. Oh, yes. Anastasia, she should see this.
Yeah, of course. Queen d4 played. Oh, given a mistake, there was something better, Robert.
I'm going to remove that because I have that power. I'm going to give that move an exclamation point, even a little bit delayed. It just won a pawn. So the computer says Black's only slightly. What is this?
What's happening here? Queen takes rook. Knight takes bishop. Okay, fine. You just defend the c2 pawn. The queen on h8, pretty safe. King at f2. I like it. Although, be careful. The king is a little bit vulnerable there. Oh, knight takes g2, king takes.
Oh, that's
hang on a second. I've got some regret about recommending this.
This is super messy stuff. And if we just do a quick material count, what is it? White has 7 pawns to Black 6. So White's up in exchange. Black has an extra pawn, and e4 is dropping. So, Ivanka, suddenly it feels like Black is getting material, but Black also is completely undeveloped on the last rank.
Yes, that is true. But then where are you going to go with your knight? You can go knight to e2 and accept the mess that happens in that game, or do you try to initiate chaos in another way? But on the other hand, White is just simply attacking with just the queen. You need to involve all the pieces. Maybe you just have to go knight to e2 and say it is what it is. Made a mess. But
good call.
Bishop takes pawn.
You predicted, though, Ivanka, the knight retreat. It's also the best move. The engine, the Eva bar did not budge. And bishop takes h1. Sure, we have even material in terms of heavy pieces, but Black is so behind in development, Ivanka. That's what worries me. All of Black's pieces on that last rank, and that's why she doesn't even take the rook. She's going for checkmate.
Well, yeah, that's a nice move. Is there any way to kind of go... So... Yeah, knight to d4. I was looking at really aggressive moves like rook to e1. But okay, there we see that, well, Black is being tricky. Knight c6. If you just capture, queen to e3 is now a possibility.
I would definitely worry about that. So rook e1 played. Let's not forget this queen does defend the knight back on d4. But Ivanka, if Black castles queenside, is that legal? The king hasn't moved. The rook hasn't moved. So I think Black can castle. Why is White so much better here?
Well, I guess it's to do with the fact that the king on g3 is still pretty safe. And castle queenside c3 quickly played. That was a mistake. Maybe queen f6. I mean, it's making me nervous that the queen and the black rook are on the same line. e5. Things are spiraling out of control for White.
I love this move e5. The king on g3. It looked safe a moment ago. Now you're like, wait, can my king be somewhere over here on b1, on a1, tuck it in the corner? Not so fast. Knight f3 retreat, allowing this pawn to capture with check. Ivanka, I guess the white king just steps backwards and tries to hide.
Yeah, you cannot step forward like that. Oh, Anastasia is a brave woman. d5, big threat on the board. Bishop to d6 check. So, of course, queen f6. Anastasia's begging to get the queens off the board. But bishop d6 check. King is just going to move. Maybe... it's not easy, Robert. Queen f2.
I don't envy either player. It's so tricky, this position. The white king is wide open. A queen g2 check will hurt, but there isn't a checkmate to follow. That's the bit of good news, is that this king gets stepped to h4. So queen f2 would be my first instinct as well, Ivanka, and it is played. And you see that evaluation bar hasn't changed. Both players playing excellent chess.
Well, there's something that we're lucky. We can see the evaluation bar. We can see white has it all under control. I can say with 32 seconds left that Anastasia will be just furiously calculating here all the checks, because she has to have a response to queen to g2. Rook c1 is now in the air. Massive threat for white. I mean, the position is crazy.
Yeah, the absolute bravery of Anastasia Bodnaruк in this game. And you said it from the beginning, she's an aggressive player. She's not fearful. She may have played a little bit slow on the clock to start with, but she is playing ferociously, and Rook c1's a just devastating threat.
Yeah, it's a great move. And I was just thinking, where is white going to hide the king? She's going to hide it on h5. And then use the knight as a shield on h4. Yeah.
Check, the knight can block, and you're running out of checks real quick there.
And sure enough, here it comes. Players only in 20 seconds. We've seen that some insane things happen at this time control. Knight h4 blocking everything. Now there's no more checks. So black is forced to cover the c1 square. Prevent that rook getting to c1 check.
This is just going to be lights out. Also, white is queen f5 check in many positions to trade the queens off the board. So rook d7 is a great move. It stops the queen trade because white is ahead material, and it prevents white from winning that rook with rook c1. So still complicated.
Yeah, but okay, now you've allowed rook to e8. This is a nice move. 12 seconds for Anastasia. Well, hang on a second. How clear is this endgame? That's a massive pawn on d5.
Wow, it looked like white should be ahead. White was up a pawn that was just snapped off the board. Knight d4 is a good try. Oh, she lost on time.
Oh, yeah, this time control, it's so quick. You think that 1 second is a lot, especially on online chess. It really isn't.
No, and I just tuned in, actually, as this game ended with a victory for the black pieces. So let's go to another one. That was Olga Giria. Go to perfect 3-3. And,
well, you see there that Bella Kotinishvili, she is in huge trouble. Well, she's being tricky, though. But how is she going to stop the pawn from promoting? Well, it's not going to happen.
Go for the fork, right? Oh, she gave up her knight.
Yeah.
That's over.
It absolutely is. And black has 6 seconds, loads of time. And there you can see a victory there for black.
I think Pecheva might be underrated, considering she just beat Nurgul Salimova and Bela Kotinashvili back-to-back. So something tells me she is a very serious threat, and nobody is taking her lightly.
Yeah, I mean, just take a look at that online rating, 25-22. That's a big one.
Indeed. And it's just going to go up and up and up with every single upset victory she has scored. So 3 rounds in, we see that we have 5 players tied for first place. Some very familiar names like Olga Giria and Anastasia Bodnaruк. And then some maybe a little bit lesser known like Pecheva, Shubenkova. I'm going to be honest, I don't know Shubenkova. And then we have Nerman, who is a star on the rise.
Yeah, and we can also see Tatev Abrahamyan there on 2.5 out of 3. Mainava also there. Yeah, and like you mentioned, definitely some unfamiliar names. Pecheva is definitely one of them. Simki is another name that I'm not so familiar with. And, well, I can see the games are beginning for round 4. So let's have a look.
Okay, well, we have Pecheva against Bodnar. We also have Shubankova against Nurmanova here in the top matchup. So I'm happy to go wherever we want. This one is a King's Indian defense, so I don't think either of us are going to complain about the action that we're going to see unfold.
No, absolutely not. And there you see, it is a fire on the board. Black is playing for the king side attack. White wants to make those inroads on the queen side. A4, preparing A5 at the right time. But in the blitz, is it so brave to play like this? I mean, is it the most practical choice to allow black, that ready-made attack of F5 and go forward, pawn storm the king?
Yeah, it's a really good question because in classical chess, white typically does have the upper hand. You see the win percentages to the left of the board, 39% for white, 25% for black. So white does do well in the longest time controls, but king safety is paramount. It's of the utmost importance. So I'm with you, Ivanka, that F5, these kind of breaks on the king side can be very scary for players. And what is Pecheva doing? She's spending a ton of time at this stage.
She certainly is. And, the complications are still to come. She's now under 2 minutes on the clock. What is she waiting for?
Well, she went queen d3, so anticipating f5, and she hasn't played a5 yet, so maybe she's worried about some kind of c5 at the right moment as well. These moves can be quite tricky in the King's Indian.
Yeah, and you said it, and it happened. Robert, are you secretly in control of the players' minds?
No, I don't have that kind of power. I hope to never be able to do that. But I think c5 just one of those pawn breaks that gives black a little bit more space. And you also fight for the center if you can get this d4 square for your knight. For example, if you could, I was going to say, play two moves at once, you would take this knight on f3 and then plant your knight. Nope, not on d3, but on d4.
Yeah. And knight b5, targeting d6. I know it's given a question mark by the engine, but I think it's a great blitz move.
I agree with you.
Covers d4, targets d6. Oh, well, yes, it does have that little downside that the pawn on a4 was falling.
I didn't see that. I'm going to be honest with you, didn't once look at that a4 pawn. But Anastasia, she had everything worked out here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And, well, black is kind of unraveling, right? Knight takes bishop. It's got control over d5. Yeah, you and this bishop on g7, okay, it's not much of a piece for now, but for sure, it will park itself on c5.
And I can grab it and place it over there. Bishop on c5 would be amazing for black going after the white king side. But for now, the bishop does sit behind that pawn e5. That's the bad news. And white is playing this very slowly. That's my main concern, is that if she is not able to liquidate and find that path towards equality the clearest way, I could see time becoming a factor.
Yes. Well, the position has clarified somewhat, though. So white's goals are pretty clear. First up, she needs to move the knight. That's stating the obvious. But then secondly, she does have a strong square on d5. She has a target on b6. And of course, the knight on f3 is looking at e5. So if she can just initiate... Oh, hang on a second, Robert. No. That's a big mistake.
I think you can just take
it
by
bishop
knight
takes
d4.
knight and then knight d5. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just over because the knight is under attack on d6 directly, and if it moves, you're going to lose your rook on d1. That's just, a one-move blunder, and I think in part caused by some of that time trouble.
Yes, but it's breaking the golden rule, never pin yourself. And there you see, knight d4, the knight can't move. And she's just thrown away what was an equal position.
She wasn't in immense time trouble just yet, but I think the fear of getting in time trouble got to her. She wanted to clarify things, trade off the rooks, but this was not the position to do so. So it looks like Bodnar is going to 4 out of 4. An exchange sacrifice is not going to help. Now there's a passer on the d file that can get all the way down to d2 in a moment's notice. So I think, should we trust Anastasia, or do we want to see this one play out?
I think we should trust in Anastasia because she has, 1 minute and 37 seconds, and there's not going to be any drama of any pre-moves or time scrambles. So yeah, let's move on.
Okay, let's go. I'm going to go to a board between players we haven't seen thus far. We have Shubenkova and Alua Nurman, who is playing with the black pieces. This is just all black at this stage. Look at these rooks on an open file.
Yeah, White is just simply holding tight and praying that she will survive. Okay, well, I wasn't that keen on rook takes rook. This does allow White to mobilize the king, and activity counts for everything here. And in fact, when you compare this position, where White has a lot of freedom for their pieces, with the previous position that we came to, White could barely move. Now there's an active rook on d8, and this is not going to be easy at all for Nurman to win.
And such an instructive point by you, Ivanka, that these top players, title players, they would much rather be down a pawn if it means that their pieces are free to move, that they have mobility and some play of their own. So the counterplay is essential. Black is better. Let's not pretend otherwise. But apparently that's an equal move, which means that somehow taking is level, but you're up a pawn.
You are up a pawn, but bishop c6, that's a nice move. Just making sure the bishop on c4 will not be able to move, basically, from this diagonal.
And that's why. Look at all of Black's pawns on light squares. It means that it's hard to push them. Black is up a pawn, but to create a true passer will be very difficult.
Yeah. King might step back and chase, but bishop c6. It's such a beautiful defensive setup that White has. King goes to f4. Players now around the 20-second mark. Oh.
Okay, so things are getting a little bit trickier all of a sudden because White is now attacked both pawns. Oh, king e7, nice intermediate move.
Mm-hmm. But, you know, the pattern is very much there. You just dance with your bishop between e8 and c6, and the king will hold the black king at bay.
Yeah, I think this check, it looks like you've made progress by pushing a pawn, but unfortunately you're not going to create a true passer. White will blockade that pawn. The f-pawn before it gets too far. A draw by repetition feels fair.
Mm-hmm. And perhaps disappointing game there for Alua Nurman. And here, well, we'll see. There's a draw.
Not much to see there. Let's, I guess, check in on Nurgil Selim. Whoa, what is this position?
What's happening here?
I mean, it looks like they're about to repeat moves because the past pawns were strong, but the black king was open.
Wow. That's and what about this position that you have here between Irina Krush and Bella Kotinashvili?
Oh, there was checkmate. There was a checkmate on f1, just a turn to go.
But the player's only got 3 seconds, and the queen has fallen off.
And that's the game.
Yeah.
I mean, this is such a strong Georgian grandmaster in Bela Kotinashvili. So she's a serious threat in this competition. We probably haven't spoken as much about her as we'd like, but she's obviously doing very well thus far.
Yeah, and there we can see from the leaderboard 2 players on 100%, Olga Giria and Anastasia Bodnaruk. And
sorry, I just clicked on one game that was finishing as we spoke. It looks like Black somehow won this game when White was completely winning. So the clock is the 17th piece. Do not forget about your time. Black wins when White has mate in 5 in this game.
Yeah. And yeah, that's a sad fact of the matter. You do not forget about the clock. I've done it many, many times.
And it looks like we have just a final game. Oh! It looks like it was the drawn rook versus bishop ending, and suddenly White walked into it, and that is a check, and you waste a turn with your rook, and you win that bishop.
And there we see Gupta winning this game as well. Wow. It should be Gupta.
Yeah, that's a mistake that you wish you could take back, but that's the nature of blitz chess for you.
Yes, it's ruthless. You have to have a calm head, you also have strong nerves, and also make those good moves. And there we can see the standings. Anastasia Bognarik, Olga Giria, they are on 4 points out of 4. And then Veronika Shubanenkova, Mainova, and Alua Nerman, they're on 3.5. Still very much early days, because remember, this is an 11-round Swiss. So, plenty of chess to look forward to.
Oh, for sure. 2 players may be sharing first right now, but it's still 7 more rounds in the Swiss, and then we get the top 4 placers moving on to those matches. So a lot of time left, even for players with a slow start.
Yes, absolutely. And it's time for us to take a quick breather, have a small rest after round 4, because we still got a lot of rounds to come in the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship play-in. It's the very first day of action. Today, one winner will take it all. So tune in after the break and we'll find out what happens next.
I mean, I'm not even strapped in, but I'm nervous. So hopefully you're doing good.
Yeah, this
over
feels
there.
like when you're at the doctor and they take your blood pressure.
We're here with another episode of Lie Detector Chess. The one and only Hikaru Nakamura has been strapped in. Super Grandmaster, your streamer, World Fisher Random Champion, 5-time US champion. I didn't come with a pedigree list beyond that, so we'll leave it there.
It's good enough.
Pretty good intro, okay. You know who he is, or you wouldn't be watching this video, that's the truth, because I'm just the guy asking the questions here. Hikaru has never seen these questions before, and I'm actually just seeing them for the first time now too. Let's go. Do you believe anybody is better than you at speed chess?
Yes.
Who?
Magnus Carlsen.
I think Hikaru's lying.
He's telling the truth.
He's telling the truth?
Yes.
Okay. I think Hikaru, okay, well, there's good to know.
Oh, wait. Now he's getting a reaction, so he's not really completely sure about it.
I'm gonna switch gears. Do you think if you focused on just classical chess that you would become world champion?
In the current environment, yes.
True.
Love it.
Corey, can you make a first move now?
Sure.
Okay, here we go.
You're saying all questions are going to revolve around Magnus. That's why there's the ambiguity.
Okay. No, I'm gonna get to some others here. All right, here we go. Do you think Levy can become a grandmaster?
No.
Very true.
Very true. Okay, there you go.
He's just a little bit too old. I think, as I've said a few times, if he were doing this maybe 3-4 years ago, I think he'd probably get to GM. But I think with the rating decline and where he's at, I just don't see it.
Okay. Has streaming made you a better chess player?
Yes.
Lie.
Really? Do you enjoy streaming more than playing?
Yes.
Both. He's not really sure.
Okay. I gotta go back to this. So you don't think streaming has made you a better chess player, or you were trying to break the machine?
I don't know.
Okay, we're gonna leave it at that. All right. Okay.
Can you ask him if he's trying to cheat on the test today?
No, there's ambiguity to the questions. That's why.
Okay, got it. Okay. I'm not trying to do your job or anything.
It's like I'll give you an example. If you ask me, do I enjoy playing classical chess more than streaming? That answer is probably going to, like, if you ask me that question, it's going to be yes. So it's like classical chess I probably like more, but I like streaming more than I like online blitz chess, for example. There's like ambiguity.
Yeah.
That's why.
That makes sense.
You know he tried to dodge the question now, huh?
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
He tried to dodge the question whether you should ask him if he was going to try to cheat on this test today.
Hello and welcome back to the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship, and we're jumping straight into round 5. But Robert, hasn't that been an awesome start to this play-in?
Oh, it's been fantastic. Some players are going to be extra happy as they co-lead the event in Anastasia Bodnarik and Olga Gira 4-4, but other players, Ivanka, as strong as they are, off to a disappointing start.
Yeah, this is a massive field. We have some names. Take a look at the standings so far. Anastasia Bodnarik, Olga Gira, they're on 4 points out of 4, full house for them. And then Veronika Shubenenkova and Mainava Alura Nerman, she's very young, they're on 3.5 points. But it's still very much early days, 7 games remaining. And wow, the action has kicked off in round 5. Maybe we can dive right in.
We barely get a breather. The players, they got a little bit of rest with that break, and now they're right back at the board. And, well, we see a trade on f6, a bishop for a knight, and this is Olga Gira with the white pieces against Anastasia Bodnarik. These two players have definitely competed against one another many times over the years. And, Ivanka, it looks like a quiet start in the sense that the position is locked up for the moment. Does that favor the knights in this position, or do you like the bishop pair?
I think it favors Olga, just from the sense that Anastasia, she is, as we've seen, a very aggressive, a very active player. Whereas Olga is much more classical. She plays the Caro-Kann. She really thrives in these positions with a closed center, with not that much tension on the board. And she's going to be enjoying that maneuvering battle. The question is, will she manage to keep Anastasia's dynamism in check?
That's the key, and we see that Anastasia is spending some time right now trying to figure out where does this bishop on c8 go. I would think about the move h3 to ensure the bishop doesn't get to g4 with the pin, but with queen c7, you also have to look at the pawn break in the center. e5 is on the cards here, and that's why Gira has paused to try to figure out what to do next.
Yeah, I do like h3. I think you can sometimes embrace moves like e5 because you say, well, at the end of the day, I will have a target on d5 to target. So queen to b3 played. Well, queen takes pawn, not exactly being subtle. Rook to d8. And maybe she can just take some time out and prevent e5 once and for all. So rook to e2.
And both sides are playing this deliberately here, right? There's a6 just to shore up the queen side, make sure everything is guarded. Rook e1, that of course makes sense.
Yeah.
You're staring all the way
b5.
through. Wow. Pawn minority attack. It's a Carlsbad structure. Colors reversed.
Yes, I mean, I didn't think of the move a6, but once it was on the board, I was understanding exactly what she wanted to do. But the question is it actually any good? Because yes, then a knight can get to c4 for black, but then what else? It's just one good piece, and that does not necessarily make a good position.
And a3 just to stop the pawns from going forward. And well, this one is very closed. It looks like in one of our other top games, we actually have a much more dynamic position. So we'll come back to this one for sure. But I want to flip us on over to Daisy Corey against Julia Antelak, because in this one here, I mean, look at this. There's a king on h3, Ivanka. White's up a queen. The eval bar says white is winning, but do you fully believe that given the dynamics here with that king on h3?
Well, yeah, king on h3 is not particularly safe, and this bishop on b7 is just a monster. But on the other hand, how do you follow through with an attack? Ideally, you'd like to transplant the rook on d8 and put it on h5, but well, that's just dreaming. That's never ever going to happen. So it's just a knight coming at the whole white army. That's a brave horse.
Yeah, and I think d5. D5 would have cut off the circulation between bishop and knight on f3, and you might have to give up your rook for that light-scored bishop, but that's the key, and that's why this rook... Yeah, this rook's been chasing the bishop. You have to play d5 there.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, is white content with the draw? No. Bishop comes to e5. f6, but where's it going?
Is this bishop trapped? Like bishop f4, pawn g5?
Yeah, literally, you can go g5. Try to
that is...
put more eggs in the basket.
It's kind of surprising, though, Ivanka, because white's king, of course, is open, but to then make black's king feel less safe is not really what you anticipate. And it says that f6 is a mistake, but to my eyes, it just looks like a very, very promising move.
Right, and then g5. That's kind of screaming to be played, and then you start thinking, well, maybe I'm even going to follow through with h5 and g4 and harass the king on h3. I don't even care about this bishop on f4.
Yeah, that's a checkmating threat. How is black worse here in the clock situation from a practical standpoint, unless actually be favored, I would say.
Yeah, so that's why we see rook c5. Okay, well, this is a clever move, actually, because before we were going bishop b7, but now that's not possible because the queen takes e6, unless you're going to argue that actually pawns don't matter in this type of position. But okay, we do see the bishop on f4 disappear. 37 seconds for Daisy, but Daisy has a very, very natural style. She instinctively plays great moves. And d5 coming. There's just a knight there on f3.
Started looking like black was improving the position, gaining some pieces and making some progress against the white king. But suddenly that knight is just trapped here. Rook E8, I like that move. This knight maybe can jump onto e1 at the right moment, but it does feel like black is a little bit too loose, overextended here.
Yeah, and where's the knight on f3 going? You literally have to put it on e1.
Ugh.
Yeah.
How do you trap it though? Like it's here. I guess rook c7. That seems very strong.
Yeah, rook c7. Yeah. Ruthless. And if the bishop just moves away from g7, you go queen f5, queen h5. You go for checkmate on h7.
Looks
That's unstoppable.
very good. Ooh, queen h4 as well. Hitting bishop and pawn. Bishop g7 back is forced. I think if black plays with speed, it's not going to be easy for white to find the finishing touch here.
Yeah, well, she gets there.
Well, bishop g7, just keep repeating.
Yeah. For some reason, that had kind of escaped. Oh my god! She accidentally repeated the position 3 times, and it's a draw.
She didn't know where to go. Like if you go from here, I mean, I'm going to use the engine for a second. The best move is rook d7. Not an easy move to play. Black has 3 minor pieces for the queen, so this kind of move is not obvious by any stretch of the imagination.
No, and it's also so easy just to forget about the 3-move repetition rule. It's happened so many times to me when you just have seconds left on the clock. You just literally play the first move that comes to mind. And yeah, rook to d7, that would have been sufficient, but in the end, draw by 3-fold repetition.
Indeed. I just tuned in the game. Irina Bulmaga wins on time, but she wins on the board, up a couple pawns. So I'm just trying to see who is left playing here. It looks like Nurgul Salimova trying to make a comeback in this event. She has the black pieces against Nino Batsiashvili. This is a very strong matchup.
Yeah, it certainly is a strong matchup. It's also a wild position as well. King on h3. No one is safe in this one, Robert. f7, well, that's already a good sign.
There was rook d6 a moment ago with the queen on g3. Both players, I mean, they're scrambling at the moment.
No. Oh, no.
That's not good for Batsiashvili, but great news for all the Salimova fans out there.
Yeah. But 2 seconds, we have seen absolutely insane things happen when the players get down to their last seconds. And there we see
all the pieces
bishop falls. And now the rook on c1 and the rook on f6.
So
looking at the leaderboard, I can see, Robert, that Olga Giria is maintaining her 100% streak.
Yeah, we didn't actually go back to the game, but it ended very quickly with white just attacking the black king, and this was brutal finish.
Yeah, just a powerful display there. And in second place, we also see Shubenkova and Neumann. They're on 4.5 points out of 5. Veronika Shubenkova, she beat Mainava. And that was a potential upset. Yeah, she did it with the black pieces as well. Incredible.
Yeah, Shubenkova, she plays a lot on Chess.com. She's quite young. She's a teenager, so she is showing her might in the early stages here. We'll see if she can keep it up. But our top board matchup for the next round is Alua Nurman against Olga Giria. So this is a top clash, and if anyone wants to catch up to Olga Giria, Alua, she's going to have to help herself and the others out.
Yeah, and there we see Lopez there from Bulgaria. I'm a little bit disappointed because Olga was one of my role models in the Caracan for a long, long time.
Well, I guess she's saying in this game, in this Blitz tournament, I'll go to the Spanish, but I think she'll go back to her tried and true opening in the Caracan.
I hope so, Robert. But oh, G5, what is this? That's a rather fresh move. I mean, with this time control, anything goes, because I guess in a normal classical game, you'd get punished for recklessly pushing the pawn forward. But now in Blitz, just go G4 and see what the white pieces do to you.
Although it's a very bad sign when you play G5, your opponent responds, and then you spend 30 seconds on your next turn. It seems to indicate that she knows she's misstepped. She put her pawn forward. This pawn E5 does look loose, but I would not be taking that, not with Black's king in the center, right? G4, knight D4. If you take on E5, this knight just takes the bishop on E6, and okay, this looks like
She's
a
taken.
huge problem. Wow.
Yeah.
I'm shocked.
Yeah, but if you're going to suffer, you might as well suffer on a full stomach. Is the expression that I've been taught.
Yeah, I know Yasser loves to use that one as well, right? If you're going to lose the game, just take some material for it. But maybe Black actually is in danger.
Yeah, well, Queen D6. And in fact, let's not forget that Black can steal castle. You can go C5, castle queenside, maybe have some safety there. Not easy at all for White to crash through.
No, but even though White's down a pawn, Ivanka, I tend to prefer king safety in Blitz time controls, right? When you're under 2 minutes in your clock and your king is getting attacked, you start to panic, you have to make quick decisions, and they often can go wrong because your king is exposed. So even if you castle queenside, White has A4 and things of that nature look scary.
Yes, certainly looks scary, but on the flip side of that, it's not very easy to kind of energetically maintain the momentum as well. Because often, if you can negotiate to a position where there requires some precision from your opponent, they might not find it with 1 minute on the clock. But talking about the clock, Olga, she is on 1 minute and 13 seconds, whereas Alua, she is on 2.5 minutes. That's a massive time difference. Rook to G8. Well, White is saying, hey, I want to threaten knight to F3.
Does look scary. So I see the question mark. I'm going to take that away real quick because I don't think it deserves. I'll give it a thumbs up. Rook G8 and see it panned out. Immediately, the evaluation bar goes right back towards the center as White exchange pieces. And I think we might see Alua take on E5. She's so concerned about knight F3. At this stage, Ivanka, knight F3 was almost winning for Black.
Yeah, it looked very good. Queen D4. Well, this is the moment. Do you exchange of queens, go into an endgame, you are material up, or do you just try to keep those queens on the board? I would be chopping off into an endgame faster than you can say anything. So, Olga, she's under a minute. She needs to speed up with her decision making here.
I guess what she's worried about is that even if she trades queens, this pawn E6 is a target, E4 is a target as well. But even though the evaluation says it's equal, when you look at how much time White has compared to Black, I think that if you're playing this from Olga Gira's perspective, you just know you're in huge trouble because at some point you'll have to make a big decision and you won't have time to calculate it.
Yeah, and she's got points to defend. The pawn on E6, does she go on the counterattack with moves like rook to D8? Does she just go for activation? She's gone for bishop F6, and I'm expecting the rooks to centralize. No, she's taking on E6. Also, very natural decision. Rook AE1, rook FE1. Just go for the pawn on E4.
I like your rook AE1, and she was rook F to E1 because in some positions this bishop takes B2 could come with tempo, and that would be annoying. But instead, rook FE1. After rook takes E4, maybe Black just goes for this central pawn, right? Like Black is trying to counterattack. So it's not like White has a free hand here.
Yeah, but you have problems with your rook on A8. So you could take on E4 and then take on G4. And anyway, there were some tactical possibilities in the air. Bishop takes B2, attack. Now she's going for it, and now this bishop on e6 is cemented on a beautiful square. All she has to do is just crash open on the king side.
And she played on the
I'm
queen side for a
expecting
moment.
h3.
I'm
Yeah,
also
but I don't
expecting
think that's
h3.
necessary, because that kind of invites black to go a5, a4 and create a pass pawn of their own. And I feel that timing could be very important in this game. In fact, what am I talking about? Olga, only 3 seconds left on the clock.
But you made a really good point that if white finds the kit crusher, okay, bishop check and winning the rook, so that's game over because of the clock. But you were right that the nuance of line b4 was probably imprecise from white, but this is just game over at this stage.
Absolutely. Olga, 1 second. And exchange down. She can try, but really it's not enough. Do you think we'll see a miracle, Robert?
No. I mean, 1 minute plus to 1 second and no time.
And
Game
there
over.
you see a dirty little move there from Aliwa, h4, check. Not enough time for Olga to respond.
It's just a good move because if black takes it, like rook g6, this king is probably going to get checkmated in the near future. I don't really know how. Maybe like a rook sacrifice on h3 with g3 to follow, or king h2, pawn g3.
Yeah, king h2, g3. It is a great move, but I just like the fact that when you do play these checks, your opponent perhaps has got their mouse hovering on another piece. Okay, we're moving on to another game. Irina Bulmaga against Nurgul Salimova.
And
Players, last 20 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, look at
Can't
the last few
defend
moves for
d3.
black. No, black looked cramped. Suddenly, black's pieces came to life, and you're just winning material.
Oh, hang on a second.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
Let's go back really quickly. That knight takes b3 was met with king f3, so she was expecting knight takes d3 was Bulmaga, so I'll go to the game position. But that was just, again, pre-moves at the wrong time.
Well, when the smoke is cleared, it is Nurgul who is better in this position, although the evaluation bar refuses to agree with me. It says the b pawn isn't that important because white's so active on the king side.
And we know,
f6.
I was going to say, before f6, white sometimes would push the f pawn to sacrifice to free up a passer. And there's a passer indeed on g. Check here.
But now g6. I mean, black's knight is a dreadful piece there on d8.
Well, it's out, and there's going to be sacrifice on g6. Or not.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about black, actually.
Same.
Okay, now it's just simply fizzled out to a draw.
Okay, so this one seems fairly straightforward, barring some kind of tragic blunder. Let's go to a different game because I see one that is a little bit more lively. I think the pieces are getting traded. That's going to be a draw. Let's go here to Daisy Corey against Minerva because look at this position, Ivanka.
Yeah, 6 seconds against 1 second. Rook h7.
Who's trying to win?
Who's trying to win?
I feel like both in a way, but black's d-pawn can be captured, and that looks like everything just comes off the board.
Yeah, and now rook takes b6. King against king. There's certain satisfaction in that. So a draw between Daisy Corey and Minerva. And again, at the leaderboard, we see Shibenkova. She has 5.5 points out of 6 alongside the young Aliwa Nerman.
Wow, Shibenkova just winning pretty much all her games except for that draw against Nerman. So these two players, I think they've already played each other, Ivanka, which means they'll have to drop down to the next score group of players with 5 points.
Mm-hmm. Wow. 6 games in, and I don't know what to expect. What's it all about when it comes to these online Swiss events with 11 rounds? Does it really matter how you start? Is it more about the finish?
It's a good question because usually you would think that a slow start would keep you out of contention. But I think that in a field with the top 4 places matter, it's really about how you finish because you'll be able to play the top of the leaderboard as you continue to gain points.
Mm. And how easy is it to recover from a tilt So we did see early on going into game 5 that someone like Irina Krush, very strong player, she was there languishing on 2 points out of 4. How does she pull herself out of that particular rut when she's got no time to give herself a pep talk?
That's really difficult. I think the one thing I would try to latch onto is that gets a 4th place. Don't think about first anymore. How many points will 4th place be? Well, as I look at the leaderboard right now with 5 rounds to go, something like 8.5 points. So you do have a chance, even if you start at 2 out of 4. You just have to go on a bit of a streak. So we're seeing some slow movement again at the early stage of the game. And Bodnarek has the black pieces this time. So Jovanka, earlier we saw her pushing her G-pawn from the white side. Now she's on the black side of a sharp Sicilian.
Yeah, she's going to have to show her mettle here because white is playing aggressively, as you mentioned. Pawns on G5, H4. Well, the good news is that there's going to be a counterattack happening soon. And, well, white's attack, even if she gets an H5, G6 or H6, it can still be stymied there. So A5, bishop B5. White's taking a pause from the kingside shenanigans, instead focusing on the center. What do you think about A5? To me, that looks very odd. I always associate the Sicilian with A6, B5. Park a piece on C4, use the half-open C line, knight A7.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect the engine to hate it that much. But what white does have is control over this queen side. Because black wanted A5 to play A4. That's not happening yet. And in fact, white can play A4, welcoming this capture because then a knight can leap forward and start posing threats to black's position.
And can you be really greedy? I'm just thinking bishop takes D7. And then if you take with the queen, you let go of A5. If you take with the bishop, knight to D5. I'm a materialist, Robert.
Hey, it was possible there. I was not looking in that direction, but it definitely was a viable option. And when we see bishop E2, I see the X miss something objectively slightly better. This looks very good to my eyes because the last move was the knight back to A7, A4 not available, not with the knight in the path. So black's best move might be knight back to C6, in which case white did nothing wrong.
Yes, that is true. Although maybe she has the opportunity to do something else. So knight C6 instead played A4. Well, it does concede the B4 square.
That's the big one. So knight B4 looks appealing from the black side. Both players, they're really using their time. I mean, the lead on the clock for white, it's only 10 seconds, but considering how much time they've spent thus far, it could play a huge role. And castling queenside Jovanka, now we have the fireworks we've been waiting for. There's pressure on the queenside and H5, G6 still available for white to execute.
Yeah. Reckless, brave. Only the history books will be able to tell us because I don't know what is happening here. Knight B6. I've even got ideas of rook takes knight, rook takes C3 on the board, and then jumping if anything can happen here. I mean, the question for white is, how are you even going to initiate a kingside attack? And H5, that's just asking for trouble.
I'm looking at D5, such a standard pawn break in these types of positions. That's in the air. Knight C4 is a pretty natural move. So black has options here, but not a lot of time, Jovanka. So it's easy to just make an impulsive move, and that move actually not be the right one.
I love your D5 move. It is definitely the most thematic breakthrough. I also like knight C4. Okay, knight takes A4. Ooh! Ooh, that's a beauty. Engine approved. Okay, knight takes knight. You're going to be met with moves like rook takes C2.
Oof. And then this knight on B3 is loose. I have to say, a fantastic find from Anastasia. I was not looking at a piece sacrifice. Should have been, because this is the side of action where most of black's pieces are attacking. But knight takes A4 deserves those 2 exclamation points.
Yeah, well, okay, well, Newman, she is a cool customer because she just goes on the counterattack G6.
I'm going to give that 1 exclamation point. I actually think it deserves it. Just ignoring the queen side, and we see there's been a trade of pieces. That knight on B4, it's under attack at the moment. So Jovanka, if you have to back up from the black side, now it's white's turn to have a little bit of fun on the king side.
Yes, that's true. H6 being played, but it is just pawns attacking black's king. You can be quite chill about it. F takes G6, and then here's such an important move. You use the pawn on G7 as a shield, so that's why Rook F7 is such a classy defensive try. And there's no way for white to break through.
No,
And
not
in the
yet.
meantime, black is going to be having the fun on the queen side.
A4, knight
Just-
A5, things
yeah.
of that nature on that flank. And woo, rook takes H7.
Whoa, Rook takes A7.
The engine
Why
doesn't
can I
like
not
it.
take
but
it?
Ivanka,
Take
even though
it.
the engine doesn't like it, right? You take it, rook H1 check. You have to take on G7. It's some kind of bishop move to get out of the way of the queen. You know, it looks like a fun position from the white side, especially in black's time trouble.
Yeah, black only has 12 seconds left. Well, coffee house chess, this is king takes G7, yes. Bishop goes to H6.
But bishop H6.
In fact, the bishop might go B6.
There we go. Oh, what a
threat.
find!
Queen H6.
That is- oh my goodness! I'm giving that the double X slam. Bishop G5, just interposing on the diagonal and threatening the white queen in return.
And found with seconds left. Bishop E3. Oh, I think Neumann would be so happy with a draw. But the bishops come off and now get the queen involved in the defense.
Amazing.
7 seconds. Do you think anything can go wrong for Anastasia?
Yes, because, you know, there are still attacks here. Rook G7, rook back to H1, F4, just trying to throw a spanner in the works here, but you can take it with the pawn. The queen is doing a great job of defending on F6.
Knight comes through, trade it off. Trade off all the attackers. Queen G7 is what I would be playing. Make those trades.
Yes, and 1 second left for black, getting these moves off just in time. So great play from Anastasia in her time trouble.
Capturing the pawn on D4. Still the queen covers the critical H8 square. And I love how the queen just keeps dancing back to G7. Okay, rook C5. Move the rook somewhere.
If you're taking pawns on D6, you know that things have gone completely wrong here. Just don't blunder that bishop. It's not blundered. Don't blunder the rook. Queen C3 should get the job done. So,
And don't lose on the time.
oh, lost the
Uh-oh.
queen.
Yep. Whew. That was a gutsy choice there from the young Neumann.
Stressful, huh?
Yeah. But enjoyable all the same.
Yes, and by the way, Shubankova wins again against Giria, so she remains at the top of the leaderboard, and an amazing performance there. And I see that Salamova won, so she's back in the mix. Maltsevskaya beat Bumaga, so some big matchups and some big victories for players who are trying to mount a comeback.
Yes. And Maltsevskaya, she transferred to Poland. She'll be playing on the Polish Olympic team in September later on this year.
Yes, I mean, we have the Olympiad coming up. That is going to be exciting. And just want to note that the scores are out of 7. That was the 7th round that just finished. And so we know that, we see that, but still the standings remain the same no matter how many games they played.
4 rounds remaining, Robert. It's just whiz past. And here we go. It's round 8. Anastasia Bornaruk against the tournament leader, Veronika Shubenkova. And here we have a French defense.
Okay, we have a French. We have an.
C6, the advance.
Are you a fan of the advanced French, Ivanka?
I used to play it with the white pieces. I just like to create space. And okay, A6, that's a very interesting move because I would have just played bishop to D3, get my bishop on the perfect diagonal. But instead, bishop B2 was the move chosen.
Okay, and well, black is just developing the queen side. And Ivanka, one of the big themes of the advanced French is that you have this lovely looking pawn chain, and black at some point wants to take on D4 in many positions, but you typically don't want to allow this knight out to C3 so quickly. So white strikes at black's potentially overextended queen side, and black says, let me get more space. But this means that the center is closed, Ivanka, and I saw your face. Come on, instruct us.
I don't like this one, Robert, because the tension goes from the center, and so this just gives white that free hand to go F4, F5. You know, young Yovi would have been in her element here, and you can see f4 being played. Maybe f4 is too soon. You need to focus a little bit on development first. But bc3, I don't like that move at all, because then you can just go b takes c3, and this bishop on c1 that was looking at his own pawn now has a route out with bishop a3.
And g6 played
Even
not
knight
to feed
a3,
Keto.
knight c2.
Yeah, the knight can reroute. So the b pawn was actually restricting white's pieces, as you're indicating. And g6, as one note, is not to fiend Keto. The bishop will go to a3, and that's a very useful diagonal. It's just to stop f5 as best as she can.
Yeah, I feel like bishop e3 perhaps wasn't necessary. It would have been better for white to put a knight on e3, so that after g4 you can really push through with f5.
Yeah, would love to get those pawns rolling. And you see that black is trying to gain some ground over there on the queen side. That's the knight hopping to b3, but there's a white knight on d2. So Ivanka, the position, it's remaining closed for the time being. Black's king is in the center. It looks like there should be an attack, but sometimes we make a move like f5 a little too soon, or we try to prepare it a little too much. How do we know when the right moment is to go forward?
Well, normally like this, when black has castled straight into it, because when you go f5 in this type of situations, you have to be prepared to sacrifice material. So I first would perhaps build it up a little bit more with queen e1. I like this move a lot, actually. And then you go f5 just at the point where it wins you a lot of well, not wins, but it kind of simply is just really promising. And often the threat is worse than the actual problem, because there you see black has been thinking about f5 and reacted themselves with f5, and now you have something concrete to nibble on, and that's that square on e5.
Yeah, that e5 square is juicy for knight to hop into, and f5 was played by black to gain some much-needed space, but e6 is also a long-term weakness. So I will say I like black's clock management. The position does not look very fun, but black is doing a good job of using the clock as a weapon in her camp.
Yeah, knight e5 played. I'm also really liking ideas of bishop f2, bishop h4. Also, I find pawn pushes to be irresistible. h4, h5, could put the queen on h4. You know, it's so tempting for white to do anything, basically. But rook to b2, that wasn't on my radar. But okay, with the idea of bishop takes knight.
Wow.
And capturing on e5.
I guess it makes sense,
Queen
Ivanka.
a3, I guess.
Yeah, to get active over here, the rook on b2, that move was receiving a question mark, and I think we see why now. The queen is active. That square was not available to black a turn ago.
Yes. Yeah, and here, you know, for black, I would be really looking at moves like such as d4, giving up some material in order to increase the scope of this light squared bishop. White's king is not safe.
Great point. A thematic move. Give up material to gain activity. This bishop on c6 can be a monster in these positions. So look out for that. And look out for the time, because Anastasia, well, she's down a minute on the clock, and knight h4 apparently not the correct decision, though I don't really blame her for that move. She's trying to at least threaten f5.
Yeah. Queen to e7, attacking the knight. You kind of almost have to go back. You don't want to go back to... Maybe you want to go knight to f3, park a knight on d4.
That's a good call.
Yes.
And apparently there was a mistake. I mean, you see that eval bar. It's on a seesaw. But what hasn't changed is black's 1 minute lead on the clock.
Yes. Knight to d4. The pawn on a4 drops.
Oof, taking this knight. You know what, Ivanka? I see what... Oh, knight c6
Knight
now.
c6!
Yeah, there's a fork. And is it enough, though, Ivanka? I'm going to ask you. White objectively has a big advantage. White just won an exchange. But if you look at the clock, do you think that the time difference will actually allow black to stay in this game?
Well, the a-pawn might allow black to stay in this game, because the thing is, f5 is just crashing through with great speed. So even though you have 20 seconds, the plan is relatively straightforward. You just have to go all in towards the king. So queen to g2, I like it. King h8, lovely move there. King h1 is going to be met with moving the rook. Rook to f5, rook f7, nice idea.
looks so scary for Black to deal with. And your point about the A pawn is true. It may just not be quite in time. So if Black could throw the pawn to A3 in one turn, now we're talking. She plays A4, but Rook F7 seems powerful.
Yeah. Queen takes bishop. Massive threat. She's got 1 minute to ponder over that one. Queen to G8.
And E6.
And, oh, beautiful move.
And Rook G8 here for Black wins the white queen, but white has E7 and a new queen will appear.
Yes, there is that. Any hopes for moves like A3?
That's what I would go for.
Hope white forgets the battle rook.
Yeah, it's tricky enough, but this is really smart. You can bring the rook to A1 over here. And Rook G8, if you take it, the Black king does get involved very quickly. But again, just great awareness from Anastasia. She is going to get a queen to replace the one that's lost on G2.
Yeah, and a win for Anastasia would put her in the sole lead. And E7, classy move there. She's very level-headed. I mean, she's the world rapid champion. And there we can see just 12 seconds left on the clock, and she keeps finding great moves. It was quite the topsy-turvy middle game, but in the end,
it was
Anastasia. She's going to promote to a new queen. Now she can just harass the bishop.
or give up the rook in a fancy way to get a queen. So it's given a brilliant move. There are so many winning choices, but this is the most fun one, and Anastasia does, in fact, win. So let's go to one of our other games. It looks like Salimova. Well, she's up a piece. Not much excitement here. Up a piece and about to promote a pawn.
Yeah. But the players, there are, in the final seconds, 2 seconds.
Oh,
did you see that?
Yeah.
Mouse slip.
Going for a pre-move. Yeah, I think she was like pre-moving rook takes pawn or something like that. But now it's a queen against a king and plenty of time. So I trust them. Why don't we go to a game with actual... Oh, wait, a win on time. I would say with some complications, but there's nothing complicated when the game's over.
Oh, okay. And Olga losing once more.
Okay, so actually that was the final game. The other one, Salimova did in fact win. So that means all of our results are in.
No. Whew. 8 rounds played, Robert. I don't know about you, but time is just flying past here. I cannot believe that we're kind of closing in on the Swiss portion of the very first play-in to the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. And there we can see the standings after 8 rounds of chess. Anastasia Bodnarik, she's on 7 points. Veronika Shubenkova, 6.5. She's tied alongside Alua Nurman. And then we have Salimova and Bartsova and Gupta, they're on 6 points.
I think everyone down to 5 points, they have a chance because the top 4 move on to have these mini matches. So even Tatev Abrahamian in 16th right now, it's tied all the way up to 10th. All these players have a legitimate shot of making their way through to the next stage of this plan.
Yeah, and after such a breakneck action that we've had from 8 rounds, we are going to take a quick pause from the very first play-ins of the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. But don't go away, because when we come back, we will find out who are the top 4 finishers of the Swiss portion. We'll find out who makes it through to the knockout. You don't want to be missing this.
This summer, Paris, France is set to hold the greatest sports spectacle the world has ever seen. And no, I'm not talking about the Olympics, though that's pretty cool too, I guess. It's the 2024 Speed Chess Championship. In the 2024 Speed Chess Championship, 16 of the world's greatest speed chess superstars take up the gauntlet. Only 4 will make it to Paris. For the first time ever, few are invited into the battleground. Book your ticket now for arena-side viewing, live commentary, immersive pop-up booths, and more. Level up your ticket to Gold, Platinum, or Diamond to unlock special event gift boxes, a VIP lounge, and player meet and greets. Hurry before the clock runs out.
Hey everyone, I'm Hikaru Nakamura, and this is my Google Auto. Wait, what was it? Google what? This is my Google Autocomplete. So the first one we're gonna do is right here. This is, what is Hikaru Nakamura IQ? This is a great question, obviously. I don't know the answer to this one myself. I did an online fun one on stream and it was 109 or 102. Obviously, that's not accurate, but nobody knows. What did Hikaru Nakamura study in college? That, of course, the answer would be political science. I did not actually finish, but I would have majored in that. What is Hikaru Nakamura ranking? Okay, currently number 3 in the world in classical chess, and I think number 2 in blitz, something like that. What is Hikaru Nakamura's favorite opening? I don't necessarily have a favorite opening per se, but I do like to move 1 e4. How old is Hikaru Nakamura? The answer, of course, would be 35 at the present time. How tall is Hikaru Nakamura? And this one, it's generally 5 feet 7.5 inches. I don't know what that is in European standards, but it's something decent at least. How much does Hikaru Nakamura make? Obviously, I do quite well as a content creator, so I think that's all that people really need to know. How to pronounce Hikaru Nakamura? Now, even myself, when I pronounce my name, it's definitely more Americanized versus Japanese. Certainly, if I was pronouncing it correctly, it would be more like Hikaru as opposed to Hikaru, but I've spent so much of my life here in America that that's just how I pronounce it, and everyone does the same thing. Is Hikaru Nakamura Japanese? Answer obviously is yes. I am 50% Japanese. My biological father 100% Japanese, and my mother is Caucasian white, primarily a mix of Scandinavian if we're being really technical, but I'm 50% Japanese. Is Hikaru Nakamura world champion? So this, of course, a generic question. It depends what format of chess they're referring to. If we're talking about all forms of chess, I am currently the Fischer Random World Chess Champion. If you're referring to traditional chess, I am not the world champion. Is Hikaru Nakamura the best chess player? Now, a lot of people like to think I have this massive ego and I think I'm the best in the world at chess. I am pretty good, but definitely not currently the best chess player, and historically nowhere near the top. But I would say I do consider myself to be probably in the top 10 to top 15 chess players of all time, which is still pretty good, all things considered. Thanks to the audience, of course, for asking me these questions, and I hope that the answers are very enjoyable for everybody and they learned something new today.
We are back with the very first playing of the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. 3 rounds left of the Swiss, and only 4 will make it through to the knockout stage. Are you nervous, Robert?
I'm nervous for the players, that's for sure, because there's so much on the line to make it to these top 4. We'll see who's able to get it done. As Anastasia Bodnar, she's in first place. She has the lead.
Yes, she certainly does. And there we also see Shubhi Gupta. She is also in the lead with 7 points, a relative unknown. So can't wait to actually see more of her games in progress.
Indeed. And we'll start at the top, I guess. We have Salimova back on board 1, where she started this event. So you asked the question earlier, Ivanka, how do you get back in this thing? You know, if you're off to a slow start, she's back to 6 out of 8. And now if she takes down the leader in Bodnar, she'll be tied.
Yes, and we see Nurgil going for her trusty London system, e5 being played. Now, you mustn't be capturing that pawn on e5. Instead, you drop the bishop back on h2, and you make your opponent forget about its existence. But okay, she dropped it back to g3, because I kid you not, I have seen so many games when you put the bishop on h2, your opponent forgets that it's there, and they voluntarily go e4 and they open up the diagonal for you.
Yes, it's a really instructive point there by Ivanka that sometimes players want to push their pawns to the center, but it makes the dark square bishop much stronger as it's waiting, sitting in the wings on g3. So h6 played. I think we could see some advancements on the king side here. So, Ivanka, I do like the way that both players are handling this thus far, and I think Anastasia, the slight lead on the clock, that's going to come in handy.
Yeah, and there we see, after f5, now we see a trade on e5. So, do you suspect that white is preparing to castle queenside?
Ooh, yeah,
Because
that
you
would
have
be
to
fun.
be brave, right?
Yeah, you do.
To
but,
castle
I mean,
kingside and...
here, here we have it, Ivanka. You called it. It's happened. Castling queenside. I'm not allowing this question mark to sit here. I'm going to give it a star. I like that move. I think that it's perfectly reasonable to castle queenside. And practically speaking, it does pose some questions to Black's king on the other side.
Yeah, and there we see bishop e6, knight to d4. And the bishop's got to move. Either it steps back to f7 or the queen steps up to defend its bishop. And we see bishop f7. I also wonder whether you back this up with a5, a4, target a2. White's position is very, very solid. h4. There's no natural point of attack on the king side.
No, but h5 here does make the f5 pawn weak. So you do get this push if you're white. And if black plays h5, I think this bishop will come back to life and try to occupy some of the newly weakened dark squares. But I liked your point, Ivanka, that instead of going full Fischer by taking a pawn on a2 and getting your bishop trapped, a5, a4 sets it up quite nicely.
Yeah. Okay. Well, h4, h5 in the air. Knight takes knight. No. Knight takes knight I'm not a big fan of, just simply because it just allows white to solidify in the center. So I would be capturing with the e-pawn, because you capture towards the center and you somehow want as many pawns as possible protecting your king. And now this knight just has to move.
And it does over to g4. So h5, I was about to say it's still in the air, but it's not in the air anymore. It's landed, it's played, and it's given an exclamation point, and not from me. The objective best move. And I think, Ivanka, we can see that now it's sudden that white is the one ahead. Good coordination and actually going to cause some problems on the black king side.
Yeah. Yeah, pawn takes pawn. It has to be played. You have to open up lines. You need to park your bishop on f4, mobilize all your pieces, and there's just no target for black to point at.
Yeah, I'm still looking at black to try at the right moment to strike with f4, but that does feel like it's a bit of a dream. In many positions, the knight on g4 will be loose anyway. So, you have to be accurate here if you are Selimova, but you also need to keep time on your clock.
Well, bishop d3, that's a surprise to me. I honestly thought she would just be capturing the pawn on g6 and then preventing the f-pawn from advancing. But bishop d3, rook a e8. Now you got another try.
Yeah, you can take it if you want it. I wonder what white's trying to set up here, because she is investing quite a lot of time at this moment. You could make a move like rook e1. Okay, as soon as I say it, she does it. And I see the evaluation bar tanked a little bit, but it's hard for black to find accurate choices here, as this g6 pawn, this f5 pawn, there's looseness over there on black's.
Okay, now f4.
Wow. Wow.
Well, this is now getting really dicey here for both sides, because after pawn takes pawn, I'm thinking bishop takes a2.
At long last, you can take this pawn over here.
I've been wanting to play that move for a long time. Bishop d5. And, okay, actually, in fact, maybe that's even better, because where is this bishop on g3 going?
I didn't realize it was trapped.
Caged in. Yeah, knight to e3.
I didn't realize that. I seriously didn't see that it was trapped. I thought, okay, you attack my bishop, whatever, I move it. But no, it was trapped indeed. Queen a4, take the bishop, lose the knight. Knight takes g2 is played, and maybe a rook e8, the bishop does fall. So I don't actually see what white has here.
She's only got 20 seconds to figure out what to do, and, well, black is just taking over. Rook to e2, attacking the knight. Well, simply you can capture the bishop and then pick up the pawn on f3.
Looks promising.
Or, if you want, you can just put your knight back on e3 again. So many decent moves. You've got 37 seconds, which is a long, long time in online chess.
It is. It feels like an eternity. I would probably take the queen f4, push my h-pawn down the board, and try to get a passer to roam free. But the moves have been made, and yet the computer not so sure that this was best. Although queen d7, an active move, but not an accurate one.
Yes. I love your idea, by the way. And just, okay, she grabs on f3. The king is safe as houses there. On g8, it can just simply hide away on h8. No problems whatsoever. King h8. And now, your idea. h5, h4, g2. Just go forward.
Yeah, the h-pawn's not necessary in this equation here. Queen h2, there might be knight takes f3, and your rook leaves the back rank, which is always scary. So bishop g4 play instead, and it's the best choice.
4 seconds. 10 seconds for Anastasia. Queen e7. No threats. So queen e3.
I'm just looking
Still
for the
no
blunder
threat. You
potential.
can even take the rook.
Queen h1 and g1 equals queen. That's game over.
2 queens. Queen to d1 threatened. And there you can see Anastasia wins. So she moves over to 9 points out of...
No, 8 out of 9. But she's playing
8 out
incredible.
of 9.
I mean, she just seems unstoppable, and players, like, they can barely catch up with her given the scoreboard and how few rounds remain. So I'm going to switch us over to the matchup between Alua Nurman and, wow, look at Karina go here. She has the black pieces. She's having a good tournament, but it looks like the end game is not her friend.
Yes. And Alua Nurman, she's from Kazakhstan, unknown, and also very, very young. Did very well in the Baer Chess Festival, and there she does beat Karina Ambatasomova.
And Karina's a popular streamer. You know, she's always playing at Title Tuesdays and major events, so she's a force. So it's a great win for Alua. Let's keep on going down for games that are still in progress. Okay, I didn't really want to go to a rook and 2 pawns versus rook and 1, but Ivanka, in a classical game, obviously this would be a draw. Do you think there's any hope for black to somehow swindle the win here?
It's difficult. I mean, white just has to either move with the rook to c6, b6, and then you can just shuffle your king around 4 squares, and there you can see it is a draw by a repetition. So that's round 9 of the Swiss portion. 2 rounds left, Robert.
Yes, and I'm just trying to look at those standings there. We see that Desi Kori, Tatev Abrahamian, familiar names, they're charging up the leaderboard, hoping to get into a top 4 spot. And Anastasia Bodnar, she hasn't locked it up yet, or maybe she has mathematically, I'm not sure, but she's clearly in the driver's seat to make her way through to match play.
Yes. And do remember that it is the top 4 finishers that will proceed to the knockout stage, where they will be playing 6 games matches, best of 6 different time controls. So the players are going to have to shake off the excitement, the adrenaline, and reset for a new stage. And do remember, one winner will win that spot into the main event.
Okay, so our next round, I think, is underway. Why don't we start at the top? But we probably actually at some point in this round, and the next one should leave Anastasia alone, because she seems like she'll be one of the names in the field going into match play. So we might have to check out who else will be vying for that. But right now, she's playing against Shubhi Gupta, a name that we haven't really looked at today.
No, she is Women's FIDE Master, 2508, from India, one of the best chess countries in the world. You know, it feels like on a monthly basis, the Indian players are just gaining 30 rating points apiece. And one of our players in the main event, Divya Deshmukh, she's actually the highest rated junior, a girl, in the world.
Indeed, and some of these players, as you said, it seems like new name pops up, and it just goes to show the influence of chess throughout the country of India. Of course, Vishwanathan Anand, he, the legendary world champion, has had a big part in that. But let's not take away from the legendary names like Humpy Kaneru, right? She has been at the number 1 rated player from India for a long time. But Vaishali, a youngster, she's trying to take that number 1 ranking from Humpy in India. But right now, it's about Shubhi Gupta. And, well, as I see the opening stage here, Ivanka, it seems like black handling this fine. White trying to gain activity. As you said, Anastasia is known for. She loves active play. Those bishops would love to come to life.
Yeah. And, well, bishop b2 was a necessity because she does want to be recapturing the pawn on d4. Bishop b7. And now it's time. Capture on d4. Just to open up the dark squared diagonal. And now here, black has to be careful. Knight f5 is in the air.
I would never allow knight f5, but I also understand that trading pieces here with this isolated d-pawn is clearly favorable for white, no matter what. But taking over the open file seems like a good choice.
And knight c3. All the pieces are out. And if black doesn't have a breakthrough or can't put pressure on e4, then white is just standing very comfortably. I mean, I actually really like knight to d7 with the idea of a bishop to d6, saying, hey, let me increase the pressure on the c line.
Yeah, the knight at c3 could be tender. It's going to be loose in some positions. But there was a game earlier where there was like a d5 move. I don't think it works here, but I'm just looking out for that teeny little a3 pawn. Sometimes you take your eye off the queen side and it drops. But your idea from just a moment ago, bishop to f6, clearly the superior move, played, and now black has counterplay.
Yeah. Well, there's going to be a trade of bishops. Should it be on white's terms with moves like bishop to b1? Instead, bishop takes bishop. I'm expecting knight takes bishop, of course. Bishop b1. Yes. Given a double question mark. This is a bad move. It's queen a5, just netting a pawn.
Played. Good
yes,
call.
It is.
Good find by Gupta here, and she's winning a pawn on the queen side. Looks very direct. d6 is loose in some of these positions, but you just don't have time to take it because the knight on c3 is hanging right now. So it looks like black has just completely outplayed her opponent thus far.
Yes. Yes, okay, but it's not the be-all and end-all if you lose a pawn. So if you just kind of continue as if nothing happened with moves like queen to d3, move a knight towards d5. I'm just thinking e5, just trying to initiate some kind of chaos on the king side. I feel like you have to go for that type of stuff.
I like the idea. It would be so nice for white to try and mix things up here, given you're dropping an a pawn. But Bodnar, she's losing a pawn. She's spending all her time. And similar idea, Ivanka, I like the move rook e3. Even if it's given a question mark, she needs to go for the black king.
Yes. But the question is she fast enough? Because if she goes rook g3 immediately, moves like b4, and there's going to be another set of trades.
The answer
Bishop
is no.
c2. Wow. And we could be seeing Shubhi Gupta snatch the lead from Bodnar.
Yeah, and it really has been Bodnar's day thus far, but you have to play every single game until the 11th round concludes, and h6 is a calm move from black. So, Ivanka, so much extra time for black, an extra pawn. Things are looking really good.
Yes, but what makes me nervous for black is the queen on a3. The queen on a3 is completely offside. So white could be tricky with moves like queen to d2, set up rook to g3, and then sacrifices galore.
I just looked it up, Ivanka, and Shubhi Gupta was born in 2010. So she's barely a teenager. She is just showing her might at this impressive young age, and she is right now trying to stave off an attack because if she can win this game, she'll be atop the leaderboard. But this is looking scary. I don't care what the evaluation bar says. I mean, the black king is in the line of fire.
Yeah, and Shubhi got 1 minute left on the clock. Born in 2010, so that makes her 14.
Yeah, maximum, right?
Oh, but hang on a second. What's this? Is this one step too far? Bishop takes...
She wants tactics. That's clear on c1 to loose rook here, but apparently there's a way to take advantage of this move, and this was not it.
Yeah, rook a1, attack the queen. I don't know. This is still really murky.
Can you do this? Take both rooks, and then this bishop on c2 is loose at the end. So I think black may get 2 rooks for the queen.
Right. But it is a queen and bishop, and the queen, they can coordinate themselves very well. So knight takes rook, I'm thinking of after queen takes rook first, queen takes queen, knight takes rook. You just leave that knight there on g3. Doesn't have too many squares after bishop to d3. And then the knight will have to jump to h5, and then you can set on with kind of winning some pawns on a6. Okay, but is queen takes a1 the only move? 10 seconds now for Gupta.
I'm very worried. Or queen b4 played, protect the knight. This is a very wise decision, but it was played too slowly, I would say.
Yeah, now she pilfers the pawn on d6. Queen f6, queen takes h6. Be careful. Oh, Robert, she's ignored the main threat. Queen b6.
Oh, she didn't take the pawn.
That's
that was
mystery.
Hanging over there. Yeah, I'm very surprised by this last decision. And now white is down a pawn, but a6 probably drops. But black's king suddenly feels safer than white's in some positions.
Oh, and hang on a second. Rook c1.
Oh, doubling first, giving up a queen with mate.
Yeah, 3 seconds.
Oh, rook f3?
Okay, rook f3. Rook takes f7. Big threat. Oh, but look at this one. Okay, black has double pawns, but these are great defensive pawns.
It's true. The white king can't easily run into the position. And f4 check, speaking of defense, this is lovely. The sandwich here.
And now the king goes to f5. Okay. Maybe it's time to go rook h5.
Yeah, I don't like the king on e6, but now she brings it back to f7, closer to her pawns.
Yeah. Okay, the players, no time left on the clock, so they're just playing the first moves that come to mind. And it looks like black should be completely safe here.
Yeah, I guess white at some point may dart over the queen side. Here it comes.
I spoke too soon, Robert. The b pawn is marching.
And you can't take g3 because of rook g8 check, so you just spend a turn. But no, you never push the pawn to the 7th rank.
No.
Oh, no.
Now there's no shelter for the white king.
No,
he can never escape the checks.
That's right. With a pawn on b6, the white king can get to b7 at the right moment. Here, just check forever, check the king back, and then bring your rook back to the b file.
Yeah. You just can't dodge the checks. And how... Ooh, the players... 2 seconds. Anastasia really pushing it to the limit when it comes to the clock.
This is going to be upsetting in one way for Anastasia because she had a winning position, but I think she'll be okay, as this draw, if it's made, will secure her qualification.
Yes. Ooh, and again, I'm peeking over at the standings. We see Alua Nurman, 8.5 points out of 10. And we see Masevskaya, 7.5.
She
Oh no!
Oh my goodness.
Robert, just when I turned away.
Oh. This is when you assume, not you, but when a player assumes a position is just drawn. I have to go back here. I mean, this position was as drawn as it gets. Just as long as you don't walk into a check here, the game is a draw. King f3, for example. Go back to g2.
Yeah.
But Ivanka, she went to f4, allowing the check. She can't get to the g file. She has to go back to the e file, and then there's a skewer, and black wins the game.
No way. Wow.
Unreal.
It's cruel. But, wow. Well, that means going into the final round of the Swiss, I can see that the games have started. We just have to look at the standings. Alua Nurman, 8.5 points out of 10. Anastasia Bodnaruk, 8 out of 10. Gupta, 8 out of 10. Masevskaya, 7.5, 10. The battle for 4th place is going to be absolutely fierce. Everything hinges on this round. 4 places up for grabs to the knockout stage.
Alua Nurman is safe because even if she loses to Tatev Abrahamyan, people can't catch her. She's got 8.5. Only the 4 players there can reach a total of 8.5. So Maltsevskaya being the player on 7.5. So she's safe. Everybody else needs to get a result. And in this game, Ivanka, we see that Tatev, in her true style, playing aggressively on the white side of a Sicilian.
Yeah, she's in her element. Tatev is incredibly dangerous in the open Sicilian. So, yeah, knight FD7, I'm fully expecting Tatev to just pile on the pressure. And she goes for like a Zosen setup. Castles, queenside, knight C5. Just put the bishop on A2. If you want to maintain it, if you're not that fast, H4. And off you go.
Oh, I love, just going full steam ahead on the king side. And I want to give a shout out because we've been talking about some names, and one name that we started the show with but haven't returned to is Bodana. She is right now on board 2 against Anastasia Bodnaruk. So having a great event is Bodana. She will play a part here. You see she's 6.5 out of 10. It looks like she will not be able to qualify even with a win. At least move on, I should say, to the top 4 for the match play, but still a great performance from Bodana.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal. And also, let's not just forget that she is just 9 years old. 9 years old, and you're competing with the very best women in the world in online chess.
Super ridiculous. And, well, just shout out to Bodana for having a good day. Maybe it won't be enough, but still, she is fighting at the top of the standings here. And we see in this game, Tatev Abrahamian with the white pieces. We said she's in her element, but B4 looks like Alua Nerman. She's in her element. She is striking on the queen side where the white king is, and it's kind of like a race. Whose attack is going to land first? Ivanka, I don't care what the evaluation bar says. Who do you think has the upper hand here?
Yeah, I personally am very afraid for White's position, but this is the kind of game where anything can happen in the space of one move. Like G6, H takes G6, H5. What's happening now?
It's just chaos. It's pandemonium. Yeah, this is fun.
Yeah, this is hair-raising stuff. H5, and then you're going to go H6 and just use that pawn on H just as a battering ram. Okay, knight D, B5. I mean, black's attack is going nowhere. Queen C6.
Queen C6. That move looks reasonably. A4 is in the air, something that white will need to look out for. But is there a way to get a bishop D4, pawn H7? But now the king
H7
blocks.
check. Yeah, you
the
have to go king H7.
That's the bad news for players in positions like this. Is like the move that needs to be played was the obvious move, and now suddenly black has stopped white's attack, and white's about to face some pressure after A4.
How do you stop A4? Suddenly when you're in a tangle, you have to maybe go bishop C4, queen C4.
That's a good move. I really like bishop
But
C4.
somehow white is just gone to making defensive moves, just waiting for black just to pile up on the queen side with moves like rook F to B8, A4, A3, bishop G7. That's brave. Rook C8.
Okay, so bishop C4. There might even be like a knight takes E4 in the air. The bishop will be loose on C4. So it looks like Alua is just handling this perfectly, playing with confidence, and she is about to unleash all of her pieces at that white king.
Knight A4. Tatev desperately trying to plug those leaks, and then bishop takes A4. But you bishop A6, the B line, the C line.
Every sort of line here is a problem, and you need a check against this king. If you could land one check, you probably just win the game on the spot. But the king is tucked away. It's got a blanket on it. The H6 pawn is a protector rather than a foe, and it seems like it's a faux attack. It's not real.
Yeah, and time situation is also critical for Tatev as well. 14 seconds left on the clock, and she just drops the queen back to D2.
Indeed.
I don't know what to play. Rook's bishop C4. Rook. Oh, hang on a second. The rook and queen are lined up. Move the knight. Knight takes C2.
Oh,
Could you do that?
But knight C2, the bishop on G7 would have protected the pawn. I completely missed that at first, but that would have been a move too soon. And
wait 1 second. There's been a blunder. Queen to D5, and that's it.
But
Alua
deserves a round of applause.
She has made it to the knockout stages. Remember, the top 4 finishers, they make it to the knockout stage, and they will fight for that one spot to the main event.
And while Alua, her place is secured as the top finisher in the Swiss, let's head on over to Shubi Gupta against Daisy Corey, because this one is great knight on c5 against not great bishop on the light squares. So it says even, but I think practically speaking, black is quite a deal better.
Yeah, and in the terms of the clock situation, we see Shubi, she's down to 7 seconds. And she has to find a role for this rook. Does she go rook b5, try to activate it? No, she steps with the king. But now rook a2. And that's a massive pass pawn. Yeah, rook b3. That's clinical, Robert. King f1.
I would have gone for the rook
She could have gone
trade.
rook takes f2.
Oh, good find by you. The knight fork at the end was winning, but I guess she just wants to get her a pawn going. She needed to protect that pawn with, say, knight d3 to b4, but still should be winning.
Yeah, she can go knight c1. She can go knight c1 and then go rook b1. Live your best life on your opponent's first rank.
Yeah, that actually looks pretty straightforward and winning. So knight c1, especially when your opponent has 1 second left.
Oh, hang on a second. It did not get the approval from the engine. And c5. And Daisy did win on time. Yeah.
Okay, but it looks like winning
But
by
you know
position
what?
as well.
The final position is perhaps not so clear. But
It looked pretty clear to
Well.
me, but I guess it wasn't.
okay, well, this is interesting for the standings. 8 points out of 11. Will that secure one of those top 4 spots? King c1.
I think it has, yeah. It looks like the top 4 are locked in. So Bodana, of course, just playing this out till checkmate, but I think the result of this game, it hardly matters. I think Alua, Nerman, Anastasia Bodnar, Daisy Corey, and Shubi Gupta are top 4 finishers.
Yeah. And there we see checkmate on b2. Wow. Wow. I'm just like, I cannot speak. The action has been incredible. You know, we've seen so many twists and turns, the tales of unexpected. It has been quite the Swiss format so far, but there we can see the top 4 finishers: Alua Nerman, Anastasia Bonaruk, Daisy Corey, and Shubi Gupta. They will be battling it out for that one spot into the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship main event that starts soon. Robert. Wow.
Yeah, trying to catch my breath for a second because the chess has been breathtaking. And I just want to give a shout out to Alua Nerman. She won the Swiss portion. Anastasia Bodnar just a half point behind. Those two, they felt like they were the leaders throughout. They deserved their placement. And Daisy Corey and Shubi Gupta, names that we caught sight of every now and then, but they were able to outlast the other chasers and finish in 3rd and 4th place respectively. So congratulations to them as well. And we'll see if they can now take down those top 2.
Yes, and when we move on to the next portion, well, let's have a look at the format, because the players will be playing some elimination matches. It's a best of 6 at various time controls. The players will play 2 games of 5 minutes plus a 1 second bonus, then moves on to 2 games of 3 minutes plus 1 second, 2 games of 1 minute and 1 second. So basically, the first person to 3.5 points wins. And do remember that if the match is still tied, it's going to be decided by Armageddon, where the players make their bids. And the players with the lowest time gets to pick the colors. That's going to be very interesting if that happens.
If we get a 3-3 result, we know we're in for a fun time. And, well, they have to adjust, Ivanka, because suddenly they're going to a slightly longer time control, not easy to manage for people who just played 11 games of 3+1.
Yeah, it certainly isn't, because you kind of used up all your energy to actually qualify for the knockout portion. Let's see what the 4 players will have in mind for us. What will their chess be like after such a frantic 11-game round of Swiss? Well, we are going to go on a short break, but don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we will find out who is going to be the winner. The winner will take it all in the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. Who will qualify to the main event? You don't want to be missing this.
Introducing Chess Events by Chess.com, the brand new app that helps you stay up to date with the latest tournaments and results of the most important games. Get breaking news, tournament updates, live stream coverage, results of your favorite players, or a specific matchup you're excited for. Never again miss a tournament's final outcome, a critical moment, or news recaps by the world's top chess journalists. Chess Events makes it easier than ever to bring the chess world to you. Download the app today.
Have you ever seriously considered switching careers?
Yes, many times.
True, also.
True. So what? Give me one career you seriously considered, or maybe there was a time when you felt.
Sure. So I went to college when I was 17 or maybe I just turned 18 years old, and I was going to do political science and go into politics and have nothing to do with chess ever again. So that's just one of several times that I seriously considered not playing chess.
What was the reason for that? Was it you were just genuinely young and had other interests, or did like something happen where you were like, I just don't know
I was burnt out. My rating had kind of stagnated in the high 2660s, 2670s ish, and I just wanted to try something different after having only played chess for my whole childhood.
Okay. Have you ever been drunk during a tournament game?
Can you rephrase? Do you mean classical? Can you just rephrase it? Yeah.
Have you ever been drunk during an over-the-board tournament game?
No.
Huge lie.
Yeah? Good. Have you ever been drunk in an online game?
Yes.
Yes.
Echitsale Vuga refers to what kind of chess?
Bughouse chess? I don't know. I have no idea.
Who defeated Viswanathan Anand in just 6 moves?
Levanaronian? That guy.
What opening did Itzhafu refute in Bob Champs 2?
Or the London. Either the London, the Stonewall, or the Copycat. 3 answers.
Who was the #1 rated woman in 1984?
I don't know it. Pia Cromling, Anna Cramling's mom, of course!
Who is the only player to have won a World Cup while not representing an EU federation?
Okay, who is it? And how could I get that wrong? He's a famous legend.
There's a lot Danny doesn't know about chess, but there are some things you do need to know. Danny's new course for Chessable covers everything you need to know in just 2 hours. Check it out for free today.
Hello and welcome, and we are back, and now in the knockout portion of the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship play-in. It's the very first day of play-ins, and we have our 4 qualifiers all clear. Robert, it's been tremendously exciting so far, hasn't it?
Oh, it's been a blast, and we have already been enjoying the tension. The players, they must be exhausted, and well, one player will leave today a very happy person because they'll qualify for the main event.
Yes, and well, we know the names of the 4 qualifiers. Let's have a look at the pairings. Remember, this is a single elimination, and it's a 6-game match, best of 6. Whoever reaches 3.5 points moves on to the final. And remember, there is only one winner here. The winner will take it all, that qualifying spot into the main event. And you can see Alira Nemonova, she plays Shubhi Gupta. So it's a battle between the teenagers. Alira, just 17 years old, against the 14-year-old Shubhi Gupta. And then we have Anastasia Bodnaruk against Corey Dacey, where we're going to see a clash of styles. Dacey known for her natural style of chess, whereas Anastasia, she likes to play aggressively.
It's awesome to see these teenagers go at it, and we have the Women's World Rapid Champion in Anastasia Bodnaruk taking on a longtime competitor in these events in Dacey Corey. Dacey has shown remarkable fortitude over the years in these very events. She's played in the main Women's Speed Chess Championship, so she would like to return there, that's for sure. And Ivanka, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit. Do you see a favorite amongst these 4?
You know who I would not underestimate? Dacey Corey. Because she doesn't know that much theory, she tends to play the same things, but I'm a big fan of the way that she instinctively knows exactly what to do with the position. And what can I say, Shubhi Gupta in that match, just 14 years old, but I've been very impressed by Alua Nerman. So I'm not really answering your question, I'm kind of dodging that one, but maybe Nerman is my favorite.
Okay. And
what about you, Robert?
Swiss. Yeah, I think it's hard to go against her given what we saw in the Swiss, but we do have those 3 different time controls now, so that will play a part if someone's especially good at bullet chess.
Yes. Maybe it was a good thing that they paired the teenagers against each other, because take a look at the playing format. It begins with 2 games of 5 minutes plus 1 second, 2 games of 3 minutes plus 1 second, and then it all ends with 1 minute and 1 second bullet chess. And do remember that if the match is tied after these 6 games, well, then Armageddon decides it all.
Armageddon, what everyone except for the players love, but it's stressful for them. And well, going into a match format, I did ask you the question, you returned it back to me. I think that Alua Nerman against Shubhi Gupta, it's a fun matchup of youngsters, of players who really have a lot to give the chess world. I do think Alua, she's much higher rated in classical chess. She's more experienced. I would give her the nod there. And then Anastasia Bodnaruk against Dacey Corey. Ivanka, I'm super excited for that one. We have the Women's World Rapid Champion against the ever-tricky Dacey Corey. She really, as you said, has that style where she plays whatever, but she's quick, she's tactically sharp, she has what it takes to make her way through.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's going to be tremendously exciting. I'm very keen to actually follow the games between the teenagers, because they're kind of 2 relative unknowns. Like Shubhi Gupta, 14 years old, came forth at the World Junior Girls, and Alua Nerman, like you say, very high rating, playing for the Kazakh Olympiad team in September. And the Kazakh team of women, I mean, they are known for producing a lot of grandmasters. It really is an up-and-coming country there.
Yeah, really strong. They're usually spearheaded by Bibi Sara and Jansaya, and then they, of course, have Alua, and they have Mirurt. So I'm sorry if I mispronounced her name, but so many strong players from Kazakhstan, and many more to come.
Mm-hmm. Yes, definitely. And Dinara Sadvikasa is another name there, 2,500. And there's so many as well. And Sanzaya Abdulmalik. There really is a strong chess culture in Kazakhstan. And of course, they did host the World Championship match.
Yes, and I mean, I can't believe how many great names we have from the country. Only going to add more. And for Alua, I think has a really good opportunity right now. She won the Swiss. She's on an emotional high. She is playing the lowest rated player of the four of them. I think that bodes well for her chances, and it's not to count Shubhi Gupta out. I mean, she's young. She's improving, as you mentioned, fourth in the junior girls tournament just several months ago. But I think that means she'll have her hands full because Alua is so strong. That Beal performance that we mentioned, that was really high quality stuff. Big plus scorer against some strong international masters and played some GMs along the way. So I feel like Alua is the favorite, and then the other matchup to me is a real toss-up.
Yeah. It definitely is going to see who has managed to maintain their energies. And here we can take a look at the pairings once more. Alua Nurmanova and against Shubhi Gupta is the battle between teenagers, and then Anastasia Bodnaruk against Daisy Corey. And both Alua and Anastasia will start with the white pieces. How important is it to start with the white pieces?
Really difficult question. Some people actually prefer to start with black because then they know, do I need to strike with white or can I play a little bit more solidly? But in a 6-game match, especially when bullets waiting at the end, I feel like I'd rather start with the white pieces, get off on the right note, and try to win with that first move advantage.
Yeah. And it also kind of sets the tone for what you need to do with the black pieces as well. You know, if you lose with white, okay, then you do have to change the pace of the game, choose something aggressive with black. And as we've seen some of the players, Anastasia Bodnaruk, they do have the repertoire for that. Shubhi Gupta, just 14 years old, such a great talent there from India.
And we do have 4 different countries represented here in these matches. Daisy Corey, she'll be playing, I hope, for Peru. I actually haven't looked to see, and of course she qualifies for the team, but I haven't checked to verify if she will be playing. And Anastasia Bodnaruk, I just think enough cannot be said about her win in the Women's World Rapid. It was a complete shock to even her. I mean, she cried after that performance. You know, she's been around the chess world for a long time. She's well established, but I think, you know, by rating, she was a tier below some of the heavy favorites to win that competition. In fact, she beat Humpy Koneru in a tiebreak. That was epic stuff from her. So it's really been a pleasant last year of chess for her. And her classical chess did suffer in her latest over-the-board tournament. But, you know, you have those happy memories and quicker time controls. You should use that to your advantage.
Yeah, I absolutely remember talking to her back in 2019 where she was telling me that it was actually very difficult to just make a living from chess because she never quite managed to make it to the Olympic team because, of course, Russia is incredibly strong. And, you know, it's tough, you know, when you struggle to just compete against those greats. So it's absolutely amazing that she won the World Rapid Championship. It was an emotional moment and you could see how much it meant to her. And it also meant a lot to her if she qualified into the main event of the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. She'll be playing alongside players such as Hao Yifan, Katerina Lagner, Divya Dishmukh, and many other great names.
I like this 4-camera view, by the way. You see all 4 players getting set, you know, checking in, making sure that they're ready for match play. And, well, I mean, they do look pretty ready, and they have that chess player face on, determined, and I think they just want to start their matches.
Yeah, absolutely. You just want to get going. The nerves must be jangling at this point. Although you can see Alua very calm. She's not phased at all. I can tell you, I would be just a bag of nerves in this particular position.
It's not easy when you're, you know, playing with so much at stake. But for Alua, she was on the Gotham Knights when they won the Pro Chess League. She knows what it's like to be in the spotlight as somebody, in that case, who was trying to champion the bottom board. Here, she's at the top of the leaderboard. She won the Swiss portion. I would say it was actually quite convincing at the end. That game against Tatev Abrahamian, it was sharp, but she had what it took to get the job done. So for Alua, in the top left of our screen here, she should be feeling confident. She takes on Shubhi Gupta in the bottom right. But when you face a youngster, Ivanka, you really don't know what you're getting. It could be somebody who is learning new openings that you can't prepare for. It may be somebody who is on the rise, so you don't want to underestimate them. There is a lot riding on these games and a lot of unknowns when we're talking about such young players.
Absolutely. There's no beating around the bush. Kids are scary these days. when a 10-year-old comes and sits opposite you, you're just petrified because, like you say, you're in a world of unknowns. This could be the next best thing, or someone, as you mentioned, just a beginner. But we know that Shubhi Gupta and Alua Nurman, they are great talents. Just 17 years old is Alua, 14 years old is Shubhi. And I can't wait to see what their encounter is like.
And I think it sounds, Ivanka, if I'm reading you correctly here, you're thrilled that Bodana is a teammate of yours and not an opponent at the upcoming Olympiad. Because as you said, these youngsters, it's scary. They may look just friendly and just like they want to play a little game of chess, but then they're like uncorking vicious queen sacks, and it's just, they're so dangerous.
There is no doubt about it. Having a 9-year-old sitting opposite you know, one that you know has had lessons with Judith Polgar. That's a terrifying thought, Robert. So I'm absolutely thrilled that she is my teammate. In fact, I was like, well, maybe put her on very high up so she can terrify even more opponents.
Well, I won't have you reveal the board order. I know that's a secret until the Olympiad lineups are officially set in stone. But I'm very excited. I think the world's excited to see Bodana on that stage. And, you know, you have the pleasure of being teammates with her, and so you don't have to be afraid of playing against her. Instead, you get to celebrate what undoubtedly will be a great success just being at the Olympiad. And of course, she has a great teammate in you, Ivanka. You get to hold down the top boards and make sure that she knows she's got a great teammate alongside her for the ride.
Yes, it is a great team. She will thoroughly enjoy her time. And, well, we're all prepared to protect our greatest asset. we know it's in the youth. So, yeah, we're looking forward to the future.
Well, in the not too distant future, these games will take off. The players, it seems like some of their cameras are turning off and on. I just saw off the side of our screen here, there was like a complete color change for one person's camera. So hopefully the tech is being locked in, and that means the players, they need to get locked in, because Ivanka, 6 games may sound like a lot, 5 minutes may seem like an eternity compared to the 3 minutes we saw before, but you don't have a lot of time in these matches.
And you only got 2 games at 5 minutes plus 1 second, because then you move down as quickly as it passed to 2-3 minutes, and then before you know it, you're in the bullet portion, and that's it, game over. And you don't know exactly what's happened. So the players, they do have to reset. They just have to refocus. And remember, the goal is to enter the main event. You want that one qualifying spot that is up for grabs. Nothing else will do.
It's true. And I am very curious how, in particular, Shubhi Gupta will get out of the gates here, because she's the youngest player here. It's not like her opponent is much older, you know, Alua Nurman. She's at 17. But I feel like, you know, when you're the youngster who hasn't been there before, that can make you jittery, can make you feel the pressure more than some people who have that experience.
Yeah. And the whole of India would go absolutely wild, right? If we have a 14-year-old Shubhi in the main event alongside her compatriots Divya Deshmukh, Vaishali. She'll be challenging Ho Yifan. I mean, you really do have to just focus on the present, because you start thinking, I'm going to get into the main events and think of all the glory. Well, then that's it. You've kind of stepped in the wrong direction.
Can never be thinking about results when you play a game of chess. You need to be thinking fresh, objective thoughts, and just hope that you can play your best moves when the position arises. It may be complicated, but you just have to see through your options. And I think that these players, you know, now that they're really waiting for the games, the nerves, they may just be settling in, they're getting jittery. I just want to take a moment to mention that there are 3 more play-ins. So even if somebody loses their match here, they will have 3 more opportunities to qualify for the main event.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 more play-ins. They'll be taking place on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. But at the end of the week, we will find out the 4 qualifiers into the main event. Who will be joining the likes of Ho Yifan, Katerina Lagno, Divya Deshmukh, Vaishali, and some of the other world's best online blitz players.
You know, another name that I saw is just super high rated in online blitz and blitz, Alice Lee. shouldn't come as too much of a surprise, but she is a bit lower rated than the others in terms of FIDE Classical, but her online chess is like 2,800 in Blitz and Bullet. So she has been playing a bunch and just getting better. So these youngsters, they're scary. You don't want to be facing them. But I think for these 4 players here, it's not about age. It's not about what just happened to Swiss. It's all about what's about to happen here in their mini matches.
Yes, and let's not forget that the Women's World Champion, Ju Wenjun, is also a participant in the main event. I mean, there's so many big names. I mean, really is the who's who of chess. You know, Alexandra Kastaniuk. And then we have Alice Lee, Divya Deshmukh, Hou Yifan, Ju Wenjun, Katerina Lagno, Sara Kadam, Tan Zhongyi, Wei Shali, and Valentina Gunina.
That's what I call being spoiled, because I definitely feel that way watching all of these stars play. And I know that the Twitter account of On the Queen Side will be very busy, and not just with the Grand Prix event over the board, but then with the WSCC. So it's going to be a fun month for all of these women who are in the field, and well, they'll have tough sledding ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. But we can see from the players' cameras that they are getting ready for the games to begin. I love how everyone's got their game face on. We see Anastasia. She's trying to get into the zone. Alua seems ever so calm. And Daisy just looks chill.
Chill Daisy. She's doing that chess player thing where you forget where your camera's at on your face because you're so focused on the board. And I think we are about to, at long last, get underway. So the players, they better be focused. And they better make sure that they avoid their blunders.
Yeah. And here we go. 5 minute plus 1 portion. And there we can see Alua Newman begins with e4. Shubi responds in kind. And we have a row Lopez.
Okay, so on the right-hand side of our screen, we've got some moves. On the left-hand side of the screen, for Anastasia, she gets the first turn. She's going to have to play something here. I wonder what's going on. Hopefully all is okay there. But let's focus in on the game with moves thus far. It is Alua with the white pieces against Shubi Gupta. And, well, I think a solid start for both these two.
Yeah, and we see that Shubi is playing in a classical style, going for the Chigorin d5, committing in Santa very early on. And here, it's a very interesting tussle between white trying to clarify things in the queen side whilst they just move their forces over to the king side in order to generate some possibilities there, and sealing down the position with a5. White's being a maximalist on that side of the board.
I saw the question mark, but Ivanka, that felt harsh. White is trying to focus her attention towards the king side now.
And this is where you go g6 and knight to g7. I remember the very first time I saw this, I was completely shocked. I was like, what is this? Fianchettoing the knight. But of course, it makes perfect sense. You are just simply reinforcing the king and preparing f5. And we have that very interesting strategical battle where black does have the initiative in the center, breaking out with f5. And bishop takes f5.
It's a difficult moment, Ivanka, because typically you do want to take towards the center, right? And also cover the e4 square. But that makes your king very vulnerable. And bishop takes f5, gives up this key e4 square. But you see the pawn takes an f5, and the engine's not a big fan.
Yeah, and I wonder whether she rushed with f5. Maybe she should have just gone f6 and played it a little bit more quiet. And there we see knight g3. There's a lot of pressure against f5. And I'm thinking there's almost some sacrifices in the air.
Yeah, it looks dangerous, right? It looks scary for black, but I think one misstep from white, and then black's right back in the game. So you need to play precisely here if you're Alua.
Yeah, she absolutely does. Bishop f6, but the same can be said for Shubi. One misstep, and that's it. She's out of this game. Knight g5, introducing a new piece into the attack. And now you even have ideas of bishop takes knight, followed by queen h5. A knight can jump into e6. Pressure against f5.
Oof. This looks very scary for the black king. And I really love this move, knight to g5. As you mentioned, the e6 square is one that the knight can jump into. Also, knight h5, if you want to. Pile up pressure on the pinned piece is available because the queen looks all the way through to the diagonal and to the square h5. So I like this position for Alua. Let's take a moment, go back to our two-board view, because it looks like both games, Ivanka, super sharp.
Wow. Okay, so we have some moves in the Bodnarik-Dacey game. And, well, what's happening here? White has a very impressive center.
Okay,
But it's been challenged.
Yeah, the left-hand side of the screen, it looks like that bishop on g7 for Dacey Corey looking quite promising. But then you look at the closed center for the moment, it doesn't look like white for Anastasia Bodnar on the left-hand side of our screen. She can get that attack going. But I have to admit, Ivanka, the right side of the screen, that game is just catching my attention.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, it will be very interesting as well how Dacey manages to solve the issue with that knight on h6. But I agree with you. With two white knights sniffing around on g5 and h5, that is the game that captures our attention.
Okay, so why don't we dive in for a closer look? Yeah, let's get a closer look at the right-hand side of our screen, that board, because it does seem like Shubhi Gupta, she's holding on for dear life. And it's not that bad according to the evaluation bar, but Ivanka, I think any chess player would prefer to have this from the white side with all of these pieces staring at this black king here.
Yeah. Well, the question for Alua is how does she continue the attack? Is she looking at capturing the knight on g7 and then just moving the queen over? Is there any funny business, like maybe even introducing a new piece into the attack? Is there some, hang on a second, is there some rook? No, there can't be any rook e3s, could there?
Actually, I think your spidey sense is correct here, Ivanka. Rook e3.
Because
yeah, you're right.
Because after bishop takes knight, you can take the knight on g7.
Yeah, you kind of just get a big attack going against that king. That you're right, bringing another piece into the attack. We can't really fault Alua for playing h4 and reinforcing, protecting his knight on g5. But in the near future, rook e3 to g3 is probably going to hurt the black king.
Yeah. Well, h4, also a great move. Rook e3, rook g3 on the cards. How else to hold this position? I mean, my instinct is to wrap up into a tight ball and go queen to e7 and king to h8. I don't know. I don't quite know what's happening here, but I will react accordingly to what white plays.
It kind of seems like you do know what's happening. You suggested a good rook e3. You suggested queen e7, which was a very nice response, just trying to protect g7. But I think your rook e3 idea is super strong. It's attacking. It also defends the c3 pawn, Ivanka. So this a3 rook, which is a very silly piece, if we're being honest, it can now venture back into the game.
Yeah, rook e3, rook g3, powerful idea. Bishop d5, preventing it, and well. I can see the evaluation bar move all the way in white's direction, so that means there's a tactic in here. Knight takes knight? Bishop takes knight? I like that. Rook g3?
That's exactly where my eyes are taking me, and I can just take a bunch of times on g7, queen h5, rook g3. It feels like you have the makings of a checkmating attack, but perhaps it's slightly more difficult than it meets the eye at the moment.
Yeah. But 2 minutes for Alua to work things out. Do you need to be fancy? I mean, I'm just working on those checks, captures, and threats, and there's two captures that are catching my eye. Bishop takes knight is the one I'm drawn to, and then just line up the rook on g3 and say I'm winning. Okay, bishop takes knight played, and now move. Okay, this is also nice, and now you can go rook to g3, and you're threatening knight to e6.
You are indeed, but it was given an X, so not the best move. Oh, this is an order of operations issue, Ivanka. I think black has f4 now to sacrifice the queen on g7, because after knight e6, you do take on g3. You then take on f2 with check when your queen is captured. And Shubhi Gupta, I mean, she finds
it. Wow. That's an incredible idea there from Shubhi Gupta, just 14 years old and finding all the moves alive to stay in this position. There we see capture the knight. Now you can take the pawn on f2. And yeah, I know the evaluation bar is saying that this is in favor of white, but you know what? This is not that easy.
Not at all. And the only reason that white is better here, and it's not just because there's a queen for a rook, knight, and pawn. It's that Lasker compensation because this knight on b7. If this knight were anywhere on the king side, black would probably just be winning already. So this knight is the problem piece.
And can you get away with moves like bishop takes e4 and then park the bishop on f3 very quickly? Or is it playing with fire?
I think I could sack my rook and play bishop f5 because as long as I give your king a single check, that f pawn is running forward.
Yes, you're right, which means that you need to take some defensive action. Queen to e3, great move. Also, okay, maybe you can do it via rook to a2, bishop to d1, and then corral the f2 pawn.
Oh, slow and steady wins the race. Sometimes you don't have time, but here, because black can't get more firepower into the possible attack, it does give this time. I really like that idea, Ivanka. Just rook a2, bishop moves, take this pawn on f2, and don't allow counterplay against the white king.
Yeah. Okay, well, she needs to hurry up. She is down to 36 seconds. It's ticking down as we speak. Knight to d8. I love that move. You introduce a new piece. You might as well try to plant a knight on e5 and see what happens.
If the knight could get there in one turn, we would have a game. But at the moment, it seems like white is just in time to, not to a1, to a2, and try to scoop up this f2 pawn. Without the f2 pawn, black really doesn't have a chance.
Yeah, knight f7. Okay, but knight to e5. Okay, rook takes f2. And if there were a black pawn on g7, you could go knight to g4 in a very chilled way. But no, the black king doesn't have any cover. Queen g5 check. Bishop takes bishop.
Yeah, dropped a piece there.
Yeah. Takes e3 maybe.
Yeah,
No,
just
but,
you're down a queen for a rook at this stage. Looks like it should be mop up
And
duty.
there we see Alua wins the first game. That was a very impressive game there from Alua. The way that she just managed to maintain her attack, just outclassed her opponent there. So moving on to the game between Anastasia Bodnarik against Daisy, we can see, I'm going to just count the pawns, that Daisy is a pawn up.
Clean pawn, a pass pawn.
Yes.
The black king is safe and sound, tucked at home on g8. So as I look at this position, Ivanka, I don't really see where white's potential attack is coming from.
No, it doesn't seem like white can try to hustle black. There's a beautiful pawn on b4. It's protected. I mean, how to initiate chaos here? I mean, if you manage to magically make a knight come to d5, then maybe you can do something, but the knight sits there on f3.
The knight on f3 is bad, and it's actually completely dominated by this bishop on f6. If this knight, as you said, could go d5 or even a b3, I won't even ask for as much as I could, but if...
Yeah.
What are you going to say, Ivanka?
Yeah, I was just looking at moves like she's going for the a pawn. You can go queen takes a4 because you can't capture on c5 because the queen to d1. So, okay, knight to e4. Anastasia desperately trying to mix things up. Bishop d4. Queen to d1. Queen a1. Problems. b3.
Everywhere. Yeah, b3, b2.
Queen c2. Desperately looking to see whether Anastasia can generate any counter chances. f5, that's a good shot. But it has to be quick.
Yeah,
B3,
is there like an
B2 is
f6 and the queen getting in? It feels a little bit slow, and the evaluation bar up to the left of the board just says that black is cruising. But look, there's a pawn f6. You know that could scare an opponent.
Oh, rook e8.
What was that?
No. For a second, I got very excited. But hang on,
wait.
hang on a second. Shit, queen h6. No
Oh
way.
my gosh. Oh.
Oh,
you can see Daisy.
my goodness.
She can't believe it.
And that's it.
Oh,
She's lost.
She outplayed her opponent the whole time, and she's in disbelief, but she walked into checkmate.
She forgot what her opponent was doing. Unbelievable stuff there from Daisy. And Anastasia, she cannot believe her luck. Just look at her. She was completely lost. She had just one idea left on the board. She tried it and it worked. Well, incredible game.
And that was one where Daisy was in control, but it's not about who has the advantage throughout. It's like who lands the last decisive blow. It was Anastasia Bodnar, and we saw Alua Nurman. She beat Shubi Gupta in their first game. So Ivanka, we have two leaders after just one game here. It seems like Alua and Anastasia continuing the results from the Swiss portion.
Yes, and it just goes to show in those closing seconds, you got to hold your nerves. You got to be thinking about what your opponent is doing. And you've just got to maintain that level of good chess, because she who blunders last will lose the game. And there, well, the players are getting ready for game 2 of the 6-game match in the semi-finals. And there we can see the players have kicked off. We see Daisy, she just has to reset. She opts for her favorite fianchetto systems against Bodnar's King's Indian.
Okay, and so we have a close start to the game between Daisy and Anastasia, and in the matchup between Alua and Shubi, they also are kicking things off with a D-pawn push, a queen's pawn. So in the early stages, Ivanka, not much to make of the openings, no dynamic play just yet, but for the two players with the black pieces, they would like to hold solid after their first game victory.
Yes, definitely. But you see, neither of them have chosen particularly solid openings, to say the least. And there we see that Alua, she chooses the King's Indian defense, but it's kind of more or less hunting down the dark square bishop, knight h5 on the board, on the game on the right. And then there we see on the left, it's the A pawn that's gone rogue all the way up to A3. Well, both players kind of taking their risks here, because we see black then on the right between Shubi and Alua was that she's played G5 very early on in the game, whereas in the game between Daisy and Anastasia, this pawn on A3, well, is yet to be seen whether it's a liability or it's an asset.
It's tricky to know, when it's good, when it's not the best piece. But as we see on the left-hand side of our screen, there's an X for bishop f5. White's advantage is growing because white has a big pawn center and can expand there. On the right-hand side of our screen, that's anyone's game. The black king could be in some danger, and that rook sitting on its starting square on the right-hand side of our screen here, that can be a dangerous piece along with a light square bishop. So players on both boards, they're going to be calculating all sorts of tricky lines.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And, well, both positions look fascinating, actually. White on the left about to get a big center with e2, e4 on tap, whereas it's all about those light squares on between Shubi and Alua.
I think we got to dive in a second to the board on the left-hand side of our screen, because that move, to me, that last move from Anastasia, b5, there was a pawn on c6 that could have been captured. So it's such a fascinating turn of events where that pawn was not captured. Instead, there's a fork going after these two pieces, and now the knight on c4 was captured. So we have a material imbalance. And Queen e2, what's going on here?
Queen e2, given a question mark, and the evaluation bar just goes up in black's favor. What is happening? Pawn takes pawn, a takes b3, and there's no fancy knight moves.
Could be.
Maybe it's just knight b4 and just sit pretty.
Yeah, bishop e6 as well to take back on d5 with the bishop. Both those moves look good. And now you have an outside pass pawn. Ooh, bishop d7. That's a really good find. Because after pawn takes d5, you can take back with the pawn even. And now black is material ahead.
Yes. Just cover c6. I love that move. Bishop d7. Oh. how on earth do you deal with the pawn on a3? And what's even better for black is that this white pawn on d4 just jams in the bishop. And rook c5, yeah, but you can just go e6 and say nothing to see here. Move along. And e6 indeed played.
White is going to rely on some hopes along the c file and some counterplay. But black is a healthy pawn ahead. White has these weaknesses. This is a huge asset on a3. You asked the question earlier in a different position. Now I think it's become abundantly clear what that is. So a very uncharacteristic mistake, I would say, from Daisy, the way she sacrificed a knight but then didn't react in the proper manner. Now she's just in trouble. So I think Anastasia in great shape to take a 2-0 lead. And Ivanka, I got to keep my eyes on both games. The other board, that is just pure chaos.
Okay, so whilst we see that Daisy is in big trouble, Anastasia doing well, let's move on to the other game between Shubhi Gupta and Alua Nurman. And well, it is still about those light squares.
I just love the way that these players play the game. We see that Alua with the black pieces, she's got a bishop, a dark square bishop. It's the right-hand side of her screen here. But she's still playing on the king side. She's trying to open up the board. What do bishops like? Open space. So by playing a move like f5, you're gaining space, trying to maybe go after white's dark square pawn structure. So Ivanka, complicated stuff on the right-hand side of our screen here. But Alua has more time on the clock, and the engine also backs up her play.
Yes, but f5... very risky choice, because if it all backfires, then the king on g8 is going to be incredibly vulnerable. But the big question for Shubhi is how to break through, how to maximize the positioning of the knight. For me, I would potentially be looking at putting my knight on e2, but you have to be aware of the dynamic potential here with ideas of c5, c4 as well, just harassing this white's bishop on d3. You gotta tread with care. Maybe time is to go a4. Somehow you want to secure the c4 square for the knight.
Yeah, I get sense you're being like, I don't like white's position. Let me try to find something to mix things up and give some play. Because you're right, black can play c4, black can play f4. Of course, black can also play pawn to b4 at any moment. So we see there that black is just trying to solidify the base, play a6 to cover b5. I think that this knight, as you mentioned, it's not on the best square. It doesn't have anywhere to go. And black has double the time that white has, Ivanka. I mean, Alua continues her excellent form.
Yeah, that's a very worrying. Queen to d2. White is just shuffling. She's lost for a plan. Yes. Even a bad plan is better than no plan at all, as they say. Sometimes I disagree with that. Sometimes it's better to have no plan and just go king h1, king g1, rather than do terrible things to your position just for the sake of it.
I'm with you. I love moves like this. Retreating, the queen on a5 looked very powerful, but instead she says, I'm going to bring my queen to the other side of the board and try to use that to my advantage. But a4, you called it, Ivanka. You've been suggesting key ideas. a4, just trying to break down black's pawn structure.
You know, I'm not a fan of queen to d8. I can understand why she did it in order just to keep control. But the queen on a5 was such a powerful piece, maintaining a pin against his counterpart. And that's something that strong players really dislike. They hate being pinned. And there we see a trade of pawns. Maybe rook a1.
I thought you just said
Chase
that
the queen away.
Strong players hate being pinned, so rook a1 walked into a temporary pin. Of course, you would get out of it, but it does feel like black has control, right? There's no real weaknesses in her camp, and she has the more active pieces thanks to the bishops on an open board.
Yeah. Well, rook a8, and now certainly black has full control. So white has to do something. If you just allow black to build, then black is going to be just controlling the whole board. I'm struggling, Robert. E4 is no good because of b4, and it doesn't feel like it's going to be rook c1 either. Yeah.
Oh, but going back, rook to b8, not approved of. And I think white can suddenly shift gears and try to take over the a file. That looks pretty useful because white had no control over files, squares, pretty much anything. Now at least you have a chance to try to play for a little something on the queen side.
36 seconds. She has to trust her instincts. Queen b4 played, maintaining that pin. So rook a7. Zoom up the board with the rook. Put it on a6. Put it on a7. It doesn't really matter. Get active with your pieces. You only got 26 seconds left. It's a battle between the teenagers. Alua, she has full control in the position, and she does have a time advantage. 1 minute and 50 seconds. Queen c2. I love this move. Getting out of the pin. Knight a2. Oh, that's a sneaky idea that you highlighted there. And now you know what you can do. You can go bishop to d3.
And then set it up.
And set it up.
She is too tempted by the immediate attack. Bishop d3. The queen can even take d5, but as I said, the queen can escape. But now trade, and at some point, bishop can go to h5 to g6. But f2, she was worried about that pawn.
Yes, and I can see meanwhile in the other game, it was a win for Anastasia.
Yeah, no surprise there, given the position we saw earlier with that passed a pawn, extra material for black. So she was able to convert her advantage. And in this one, 10 seconds for Shubhi Gupta. Ivanka, this is a key here. You cannot be in such immense time trouble against a player as strong as Alua.
And she's in danger of getting her bishop trapped there on h5. g4 coming. Rook f5 is in the air. Knight to f2. Rook f5. How is she going to save her bishop? Oh.
Whoa!
Whoa, what is this? Oh, no. This bishop on d7 was loose. But she only has 6 seconds left.
Shubhi tricked her, though. That was cool.
Yes, that was a very, very cool idea. But okay, 56 seconds. And now Shubhi, she is making all the right moves, but she only has seconds left on the clock. Rook takes e4. Rook e6, defending the pawn. And now pushing those passed pawns forward. It's a massive race. And just anything can happen here. Rook c5. f5. And if the white king marches in, it's going to be all over for black.
I think the white rook should get in the game. She's putting it attacking pawns, but she should be going for checkmate. I think that Shubhi's time, that's really been plaguing her. She's not sure what to do, and so she's playing a little bit passively.
Oh, okay, you see rook a7, but now black's the one marching the pawns forward, and a rook a1. But you just go c2, d3. You can, what else can you do? e3?
Yeah, you could tell she was nervous about d3 because the white king.
Yeah, because the king comes up to e2, e1, and d2.
Okay, so
and
now the king gets step up to e3.
Pawn chain. 2 seconds. Remember, Shubhi's just playing on a 1 second increment.
Yeah, and look at black just bringing the king in, up a pawn with the passer. And 1 second for Shubhi.
Oh. Yeah. And all she has to do is just relocate a rook to the f line, and white is just going to power through. Yeah, you can even take it now.
Here it comes.
And d2 is game over.
Wow, that was a powerful performance from Alua Nurman, who wins the game. It looks like, she's cool as a cucumber, but Yobi, that was a big test.
It was a massive test. But kudos to Shubhi. She held her nerve, and we did see her set those tactical tricks. One that Alua fell into, but in the end, Alua just managed to hold her nerves, and she takes a 2-0 lead. And now we have a different time control, Robert. We are down to 3 minutes plus 1 second. And both Anastasia Bogdanuk and Alua Nurman, they have a 2-point advantage over their opponents. First to 3.5, wins and walks into the final. What do you think, Robert, so far of the action?
Been very impressed with Alua throughout. I do think that Shubi found that nice bishop takes g4, but then she was too passive. She didn't go after the black king. So I think that Alua deserves her lead. Anastasia against Daisy, that match still has seemed quite complicated to me. I think that Anastasia, she's played very well when under duress, but that first game, she was completely lost. And then Daisy allowed f6 and queen h6, and that turned everything around.
Yeah. And there we also saw that Daisy didn't quite manage to regain her composure. And I would say that her game with the white pieces wasn't her best showing. I mean, she allowed Bodnarik to control the pace of the game, allowing a pawn onto a3, and then allowing it to become a passed pawn. But the players do need to hold their nerves because time has just gotten slashed. 3 minutes plus 1 second, 2 games here. And some players do have their backs against the wall. We have Shubi Gupta and Daisy yet to score. They need to win a game.
They desperately
for
do.
Their mental state, yeah.
Yeah, but it's also back to that familiar time control. So I wonder, when they get changed to 5+1, there's more time. You feel a bit more lax. Now they're back to where they started from. That 3+1 is what the Swiss was all about.
Yeah. Absolutely is the same time control as the Swiss, but they are coming from 5 minutes plus 1 second. So it can be a little bit difficult to adjust to what was the trend before. Well, Shubi and Daisy, they will have the black pieces. And the games, are they beginning? I can see on my board that the games between Alua and Shubi that have begun, and it is the Lopez again. And we also see Anastasia and Daisy. That is kind of a modern setup.
And Daisy, she loves these kind of offbeat positions. In the first game between these two, she played in a similar manner and really obtained the upper hand. And in some of these positions, Black just uses her bishops to stare at the white center and then strikes with a pawn. And we see on the left-hand side of our screen. On the right-hand side, Ivanka, we have sort of an offbeat Ruy Lopez where both sides are taking their time.
Yeah, and there again, we see it feels like a repetition of the earlier encounter where Anastasia had this big center and Daisy had a knight sitting there on h6. But there we do see quick c4, the queen arrives to c5. One of the disadvantages of pushing a pawn so early on to c4 is that you do potentially give white full control over the d4 square. So that's something that Daisy will be first focusing on, just developing her dark square bishop and then trying to occupy that square. And on the right, well, we see a switch in plans from Gupta. We did see her in the first game employing a Chigorin variation of the Lopez. Now she's gone for an alternative, knight e7, knight g6. It's a very trendy variation.
Okay, well, we are given two excellent choices here in which game to dive into. I think that in the early stages of the game, the board on the right, 0 trades. It's still quite a lot to be determined. And the board on the left, it's also 0 trades, but I do like Black's activity. So Daisy Corey, it does feel like she can rebound given the position she has on the left-hand side of her screen.
Yes. I do feel that this position between Anastasia and Daisy, there's a lot more possibility for some turnarounds because like you mentioned, one misstep from Black and that's it. White is just going to power forward. And we see e6. Now that's making things critical. Maybe we dive there.
Let's do it. Let's dive into the Daisy Corey game. She has the black pieces against Anastasia Bodnarik. And as you said, e6 makes things critical. And wow, rook d1. So now Black can actually take, and there won't be any weaknesses in her camp. I thought that White should have considered taking on e6 to make some loose pawns in Black's camp.
Yeah, I absolutely thought that too. And now she has a chance to take on e6 and maybe even go moves like e5. But I can understand her reluctance because if she takes on e6, she releases the light square bishop on b7 and there's a tremendous amount of pressure on e4.
Very true. And you take on e6, the rook.
Right. But there's going to be pressure on the E line regardless. So maybe she should have thought about moves like e5 instead and tried to solve the issue via tactical means. But okay, rook to d4. Also nice move, targeting c4. I didn't see this one.
I was not looking in that direction either, and I am looking at knight h5 type of ideas. I'm not sure if I can get knight g3 check in soon enough, because rook takes c4 does hit this loose black queen on c7. This is getting spicy, and I feel like for Daisy, she should use the clock as a weapon. She is up a little bit of time. She is the safer king, doesn't have loose squares, so even if she drops the c4 pawn, Ivanka, she will have chances to recover given White's open position.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm also drawn to knight to h5. I'm desperately calculating that to see whether it works. If it doesn't work, then you can just simply go e takes d5, just as Daisy has done. And again, ask White the question, how are you going to capture on d5? There's so much pressure against this bishop on e3. She takes, but now it feels like it's just crying out to be played.
Knight h5, yeah, that's a move that I would be extremely tempted. Queen d8,
Queen
not
d8.
the best move. No,
Okay,
but
was she setting up this idea of Queen e7?
yeah, I mean, this is one of these moves where the engine's like, okay, you lost some of your advantage, but I think from a human perspective, it just seems completely logical to try and go for a kingside storm.
Yeah. But rook to d1, Anastasia playing very calmly, but she only has 48 seconds. King comes up to h7, centralizing the knight to f5. Daisy's finding some good posts for her pieces.
Really nice play, though.
Wow, bishop
that's a
takes knight.
huge decision from Daisy. And I typically like giving my opponents double pawn. What is Anastasia thinking about besides pawn takes c3?
There's nothing to be done. Maybe it just caught her by surprise.
Uh-oh.
And she's trying to figure things out, but she doesn't have the time.
I think she froze. Her connection froze for a second there because there's no universe where a player as strong as Anastasia deliberates before taking a piece. And that's precious time that she'll probably need.
Yeah, and rook c8, bishop d3. That's a good move.
Indeed.
It wasn't my first instinct, but bishop d3. So you can't take on c3, well, you're going to have problems with the knight on f5.
G4. No, that's so many moves that are not expected happening, but White does have a nice clamp and protected pawn d5, and b6 is a target.
And knight to d4. I like the way she's playing this, but just 16 seconds. And do remember, the player's only getting a 1 second time bonus. 26 seconds for Daisy.
She needs to find some complications. She needs to look what possible loose pawns or squares there are. c4 is loose, so a timely knight move could be dangerous. But now Daisy is spending time in making passive moves. Oof, this is trouble.
Yeah, setting up a nice pin. Also, White has a4, a5 in the air. Also, maybe going rook to b1 at the right time, targeting b6.
Yes, and now a5 is available. That pawn is pinned. Oh, she instead goes to the e-file. And black is covering her bases.
But wait, there's a nasty pin there. f6, but then you give knight e6 check. Oh no. Her position has collapsed. And there we see Anastasia moves to 3 points. She is half a point away, Robert, from securing a spot into the final, where she will play for that spot into the main event.
Wow, what a performance from Anastasia Bodnar-Ruck. I mean, her position, her king didn't look great at first, but she just found all of the necessary continuations. She was never in really that much danger, and actually Alua Nerman also won. So we have 2 players in perfect form in this match format. Ivanka, Anastasia, Alua finished top 2 in the Swiss, and now they're 1 draw away from facing one another for that WSCC spot.
Yeah, and here's the moment where we are going to see Gupta and Desi. We are going to see what they are made of, because so far Alua has put in a commanding performance against the 14-year-old Shubhi Gupta, whereas Anastasia Bobnaruk just seems to be getting better and better against Desi. It comes to this, Robert. Do you think we are going to see another few games, or do you think that Anastasia and Alua will manage to clinch it with this next game?
I feel like Alua, she's been in command. Seems like she's played great chess. I think she's going to clinch it. Desi, I think, has a chance. She's been playing well in spots. Like, she's had some good positions, but she's let her lead in games slip. And so I feel like she's probably very frustrated. Players do tilt, but she needs Queen C1. I mean, look at this. She's already playing offbeat stuff on the left-hand board on our screen.
And you can see Queen C1 did inspire an orthodox reaction H5, whereas we do see Alua playing a little bit more solidly against Shubhi's London system.
Yeah, solid play on the right. I mean, what do you make, Ivanka, of these situations? You're down, you need to win at all costs. What kind of style do you feel like the players should go for? Is it play calmly and then try to outplay your opponent, or is it just throw everything at the opponent?
Well, it depends on what kind of style you have in your toolbox to throw at your opponent. Some players can only play in a certain way. Like, they only have solid openings. They're incapable or unable to play a very sharp position, myself included. And others just are able just to look in their arsenal and go, today I'm going to play this very sharp way. I do think that you do have to maintain all the pieces on the board, and it's very important that you just maintain tension as well. You don't simplify the position so that it's easy for your opponent to make some choices. Because if you manage to win in this game, it then will move on to the bullet, and we know when the bullet happens, anything goes.
Very true. And I'm looking at the left side, I'm looking at the right side. Both Desi and Shubhi, they're playing really strong chess right now. They're outplaying their opponents.
Yeah, absolutely. And which game catches your eye? I'm kind of curious by the game between Shubhi and Alua. I'm curious to see how Shubhi's going to break through, because for the time being, Black's position is relatively solid.
Okay, Black is solid, and she plays e4, which was not the correct decision, but still better for White. I think that move makes perfect sense. Yeah, White needed to crash through somehow with an f5, but I don't know if you could have made it work.
Yeah, I was thinking g4 at the right time and go for broke that way. But who benefited from the opening? It seems like Black.
Yeah, I mean, It was promising for White. I think if we just take a moment here to go back to the where we checked in, really, because this game now looks like it's all in Black's favor. I wonder if you're suggesting sort of how to break out in position. Yes, f5 was justified. f6 check wins the queen next, and if you take the bishop sacrifices on f5, and wow, all of this firepower is going to hurt the Black king.
Yeah, and Black's position quickly falls apart. Wow. Just one missed opportunity, and that goes to show, in online chess, when you only have 3 minutes left on the clock, it's very difficult to make that kind of decision. And now we see that, yes, a rook is on d7, but this queen on c3, that's going to be so much of a nuisance for White. c4 coming. There's just no way for White to add more firepower to the attack.
No, this rook on d1 needs to be on f6 or something like that to go after the Black king, but you're not getting there. It's way too far away. You can go for a trick if Black hangs the e6 pawn. That might be something to consider, honestly. But if any trades happen, one pair of rooks, the queen's off the board, then White is toast, especially because White needs the full point. A draw is not good enough.
Yeah, I do feel like rook to d6 is perhaps the Hail Mary, but queen to c6, queen e3... I mean, it's even tempting to go queen takes f4.
Why not?
And almost a repetition with queen h4, but the d4 square is covered. But yeah, c3. The queen on f4 is an excellent defender. And now comes Charlie the c-pawn.
Rook c8.
Rook c8. Hang on, after rook c8, you might have rook takes f7, but yeah, queen takes e5. That's very clinical.
Yeah, just covering everything. Black is up 3 pawns. The king is not unsafe on g7, so that should be that. So it looks like Alua Nerman, she has done all she can to secure placement. Yeah, she's just been an unstoppable force.
Absolutely. Queen f6, offering a trade. Now she gets in a check. Is there any nasty business on g6? Nope, is the answer to that one.
The king.
White's king is simply too weak.
Yeah, the black king would be able to run to h6 to safety. So, yeah, this game is looking completely out of hand for Shubhigupta, who deserves a lot of credit. I know 0-4, if that's in fact what happens here, looks bad, right? No points, you got swept, but she's been competitive, and just to make it to the top 4 was already an incredible achievement.
Right, and just remember, she is just 14 years old. There are 3 more playings left. Let's pop in whilst it looks like Alua is well on her way to securing a spot in the final. Maybe we can check in on the game between Daisy, and indeed, Alua just won. So she's in the final. What about Daisy against Anastasia? Will Anastasia manage to clinch it?
Complicated position, that's clear. White is down a pawn, but has healthy control of key light squares. So the opposite colored bishops, we hear Jovanka all the time, oh, it's a draw with opposite colored bishops. But when you have so many pieces on the board, it's good for an attack, because how is black going to deal with all of these loose light squares? Not easy. That's clear.
And the screen, we see Queen f7 being awarded double question mark. It's a blunder, but it's not entirely obvious why it's so bad. Perhaps knight to f4, knight takes g7.
I was with you. Knight f4, a piece sacrifice to win that g6 pawn. But now it seems like Anastasia, as soon as we tuned in, she's turned it around completely.
Yeah, this seems to be a habit that we have, Robert. We seem to be jinxing Daisy's chances.
Yeah, I think we should apologize to her.
And it's deja vu again. A pawn on f3. Daisy must be careful of her light squares. Knight to d2. And Anastasia is taking over. She's taking control.
Just watch out for this. Rook takes knight on d2 with the e7 pawn being loose. You can see Anastasia's nervous. She brings her knight back. Good decision. But she only has 6 seconds left.
Yeah. But this pawn on f3 is so annoying. And now she's offering a trade of queens. Remember, a draw is sufficient for Anastasia to move on to the final. She moves queen to d7. Queen takes h3 is in the air. The king
and
h2.
Protected. Yeah, the rook on the second rank here.
Yeah, no time. Oh, this is a nice move. Queen to d6. King hides on h6. And there we see Anastasia wins on time and moves on to the final. And look, Robert, look at the relief on Anastasia's face after such a tense match against the Peruvian Daisy Corey.
I can't believe it. I mean, I can believe that both Anastasia and Alua won their matches, but 4-0 in both of them, that is almost unheard of. And they just played some great chess. I think Alua was in control. She really played some solid chess throughout and was able to gain the upper hand early. And for Anastasia, it could have been a different match if Daisy had not squandered that massive advantage, a winning advantage in the first game. But actually, I think that is a credit to Anastasia. It's not just that she won smoothly. It's that even in tough moments, she brought her best and was able to, whether you say trick or outlast, it doesn't matter. She got the job done when she needed to.
Absolutely. And let's give full credit to Anastasia. She played very tense positions. They were full of dynamism, excitement, very challenging on the system. She held her nerve and she managed to escape quite shaky positions at times. And again, just show what kind of a competitor she is. And as for Alua, 17 years old, and what a talent. She didn't look in danger at all against the young Shubhigupta.
Yeah, really impressive stuff for such a young player, but she will have her hands full in this final match. She takes on Anastasia Bodnaruk. So both players, it's all down to one final match to make it to the Women's Speed Chess Championship main event.
And on that note, Robert, it's the perfect time for us to take a short break as we are going to go into the final of the very first play-in for the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. We are going to find out who is going to qualify into the main event after the break. So don't go anywhere. You really do not want to miss this one.
Do you show a bunch of different faces to psych your opponents out?
He felt very uncomfortable answering that question.
He's lying, okay.
Do you have a Lee Chess account?
Did you successfully trick the lie detector test at any point in the game?
Huge lie.
Are you really worth $50 million?
Are you intimidated by Magnus Carlsen?
Do you consider yourself a genius?
You know, he tried to dodge the question now.
No way he's telling the truth on that. I mean, I'm not even strapped in, but I'm nervous, so hopefully you're doing good over there.
Yeah, this feels like when you're at the doctor and they take your blood pressure.
We're here with another episode of Lie Detector Chess. The one and only Hikaru Nakamura has been strapped in. Super Grandmaster, your streamer, World Fisher Random Champion, 5-time US Champion. I didn't come with a pedigree list beyond that, so we'll leave it there.
It's good enough.
Pretty good intro, okay. You know who he is, or you wouldn't be watching this video, that's the truth, because I'm just the guy asking the questions here. Hikaru has never seen these questions before, and I'm actually just seeing them for the first time now too. Let's go. Do you believe anybody is better than you at speed chess?
Yes.
Who?
Magnus Carlsen.
I think Hikaru's lying.
He's telling the truth.
He's telling the truth?
Yes.
Okay. I think, okay, well, there's good to know.
Oh, wait. Now he's getting a reaction, so he's not really completely sure about it.
I'm gonna switch gears. Do you think if you focused on just classical chess, that you would become world champion?
In the current environment, yes.
True.
Love it.
Hikaru, can you make a first move now?
Sure.
Okay, here we go.
We're saying all questions are going to revolve around Magnus. That's why there's the ambiguity.
Okay. No, I'm gonna get to some others here. All right, here we go. Do you think Levy can become a grandmaster?
No.
Very true.
Very true. Okay, there you go.
He's just a little bit too old. I think, as I've said a few times, if he were doing this maybe 3-4 years ago, I think he'd probably get to GM. But I think with the rating decline and where he's at, I just don't see it.
Okay. Has streaming made you a better chess player?
Yes.
Lie.
Really? Do you enjoy streaming more than playing?
Yes.
Both. He's not really sure.
Okay. Okay. I gotta go back to this. So you don't think streaming has made you a better chess player, or you were trying to break the machine?
I don't know.
Okay, we're gonna leave it at that. All right. Okay.
Can you ask him if he's trying to cheat on the test today?
No, there's ambiguity to the questions. That's why.
Okay, got it. Okay. I'm not trying to do your job or anything.
It's like I'll give you an example. If you ask me, do I enjoy playing classical chess more than streaming? That answer is probably gonna, like, if you ask me that question, it's gonna be yes. So it's like classical chess I probably like more, but I like streaming more than I like online blitz chess, for example. There's like ambiguity.
Yeah,
that's why.
That makes sense.
You know, he tried to dodge the question now, huh?
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
He tried to dodge the question whether you should ask him if he was going to try to cheat on this test today.
We are back. It's the final of the very first play-ins of the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. And we got to the final four. It's now down to two. And Robert, it was a commanding, powerful performance that the teenager Alua Nurman put against her opponent, as well as Anastasia Bodnaruk against Daisy Corey. Could you have expected that?
Nobody could have expected that. Clean sweeps in those matches, 4-0. It's amazing to see that from Alua Nurman and for Anastasia Bodnaruk. For Alua, she seemed calm, cool, and collected. For Anastasia, she seemed to be sweating. Maybe it's the hottest day of the year like it is in London right now, but it seemed like she was just stressed by the chess that was unfolding before her. But we have two names left. Ivanka, it's exciting stuff.
It absolutely is exciting. One of the names for the future, Alua Nurman against Anastasia Bodnaruk, the current Women's World Rapid Champion. And Robert, it began with 64 players. We're now down to the final two, and this is it. Because the winner will take it all. They will get that spot into the main event. And
that's all that these players want, is to play in the WSCC main stage against the likes of Yifan, Katerina Lucknow, Ju Wenjun. The list goes on. And Anastasia, she got second place in the Swiss. There were that game where she lost her rook against Shubhi Gupta. Remember, where she got checked and then the rook came to e-file. So there was some disappointment, but she was able to recover nicely. And for Alua, look at her, Ivanka. She's been very calm and collected throughout this entire event. It feels like she's unfazed by everything.
Absolutely. She's put on such a powerful performance, winning the Swiss, and now she's in the final. And her performance against Shubhi Gupta was no short of impressive. It was brilliant to win 4-0 against such a young talent, such as a 14-year-old Shubhi, is a very impressive achievement. Well, now she will have to do it all over again, because we have a new 6-game match. And it will start with 5 minutes plus 1 second. Who will have the white pieces? Do we know?
It's a very good question. We'll find out right now and let everybody in on that secret. But I was going to say, Ivanka, one bit of good news for both these two is that they didn't have to go to bullet and then back to 5 minute, because that's a really difficult adjustment, playing like on the increment from the start versus playing 5 minute chess. But now they are just going right back to the longer blitz, and I think it's a comfort zone for both.
Yes, it certainly is. And they both thrive in very complex positions as well. So I'm expecting a lot of fireworks, a lot of aggressive opening choices. So what are they going to entertain us with Anastasia? We saw playing very risky openings, such as the modern. The modern is kind of a rare bird, isn't it? This type of level. People play it when in a must-win situation, but we saw Anastasia just employing it very casually. And there we can see it. The players are off. It's rock and roll time. It's going to be an open Sicilian A6.
We're going to have some fun in this match, that's for sure, because both of these players, they like throwing their G-pawn up the board. We saw in the final round of the Swiss, Alua won with the black pieces against Tatev Abrahamian in a very sharp Sicilian, and here the knight goes to B3, but don't be fooled. This G-pawn, it's going to run forward, and I think, Ivanka, we're in for a treat.
Yeah, and I was going to ask you, what are the chances of seeing G2, G4? What would you put it percentage-wise?
Normally, I would say extremely high when these two players are involved. But with Black's last move, you have to consider D5, and that's exactly what Alua did. She brings her queen out to F3. Normally, we do not like leading with our queen, but it covers the D5 square nicely and allows White to castle. It's here.
It is. It's arrived. G4 and queen to F3. I remember that Nordibek Abdusattorov was playing like this as well. And the Grand Chess Tour, and there we see bishop to b5. And now, how to untangle for Black. How do you get the knight out? Do you just go knight to d7, try to park a knight onto c5, or are you actually parking the knight on c7 with via a6? But knight c6, somehow I wanted a knight on c5. Oh, castle queenside.
Question mark seemed harsh for knight to c6, but I think it's the points you were making. This bishop b5, knight c3, they stopped black from playing the one big idea that she had. And on the other side, knight c5 is in the air because there's a pin along the d file, and white can shake things up very quickly.
Yeah, and then we see knight a7, promptly exchange off by Neumann, and then, well, is there not pushing time? g5, okay, a4, I like a4. Think about what your opponent wants to do and stop it. And g5. I have a lot of enthusiasm for chess like that, mainly because I forget it myself.
Hey, I support you, and I support that notion that black wanted to play a4, even if it was at the expense of a pawn. Opening up lines is good for rooks. And here, the queen side is closed, and white can step forward on knight d5 at any moment, but she's inviting this capture. Please take me on b3, says Alua. And the reason why is the bishop on e7 is not a good piece. The light square bishop for white, on the other hand, is excellent. So opposite colored bishops would favor white.
Absolutely. I mean, how to untangle with the black pieces? This bishop on e7 is an appalling piece. The rook on a7 is not great either. And there's no breakthrough. There's no squares to jump into, because one of the things about this bishop on e6 is if it's exchanged away, then the square on d5 becomes incredibly vulnerable. Or h4, when in doubt, push the h-pawn, preferably all the way to h6. And from there, it can actually be a very good in-game player.
Okay, well, we see the knight jump into c4. It's given a question mark. It's just trying to gain activity.
I didn't think you could do this because of knight to d5.
I would tend to agree with you. It seems like you're just going to have to walk right back to b6, but wow, we see a trade. This is strategically awful for black.
Yeah, and the rook... Okay, no. Let's not forget the plan. You want to resolve the king side first. There's no... Rook c8 isn't a big problem.
No, it's a one-move threat, really?
Yeah, it's a one-move threat. Yeah, I was thinking g5. But at first, I wanted to go h5. I think you can see where I was going. Then bishop to g5 worried me a little bit. But g5, nice move.
Just clamping down on the position. That bishop on e7 that we've been highlighting is quite a poor piece. And yes, rook can come to c8. That looks threatening. But the white queen can always just slide back to e2, defending that vulnerable square. So I love the control that white has. I think the time management has been good for both sides. So Ivanka, now it's about turning an aesthetically pleasing position into one with a true advantage, a tangible one. So where does white go from here?
Well, she's spelled it out for us. She just wants to go h5, maybe go h6, or maybe go g6 and open up lines. Okay, rook c8, you've got to cover c2. She does. Players, good handling of the clock. They've got 3 minutes each. But black's position, passive.
Very passive.
Rook to d8, h5.
Just go for it.
I cannot help it.
I agree with you. Ooh, she takes a step back, and she could swing this rook along the third rank somewhere if there is a good way to go. But I would already be considering d5.
She's threatening rook c3.
Oh.
So knight b6. Yeah. Hey, just make sure there's no rook c3 at any times, which kind of h5 played. And now d5. Well, desperate times call for desperate measures. I'm not going to criticize this move, even if it accelerates black's defeat.
I agree with you. Rook takes d5. You know, you're trying to get active. There could even be rook c3 there to be careful about. But g6, that's really what it's all about. Ivanka, you've been clamoring for that for a long time, and now that it's here, it just looks straightforward.
Yeah. Well, it's black to play, so knight takes d5, g6, quick response. Oh, black is just suffering. White is doing a demolition job on the king side. I mean, what can one do? If you take with the f-pawn, you allow queen to e6, knight to f6, attacking the queen. But now, after the trade of pawns, the king steps out, queen f5. Again, just keeping things simple.
Yes. Queen is safe. It was under attack.
Yeah.
e5 was loose. I like this move.
Isn't
e4.
rook c3?
Rook c3.
Rook
Yeah, the queen
c3?
just slides back to b8.
Bishop c4 was my big idea.
Ooh. So you're just trying to go to the diagonal and go after the black king. I respect that idea, and I don't know what to do about it. So good
And indeed,
call.
it was bit played. Maybe you have to take that bishop off the board. Somehow it feels like you can't survive if you allow a queen onto e6.
So rook c4, rook d5. Take this h5 pawn. All right, black has some hope. It's not completely over, but it is clearly bad.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. It's a Sicilian, right? It's a mess. Anything can still happen.
Wow.
b5.
Yeah, I was looking at rook takes h5, and she's like, no. It's a Sicilian. Ivanka just told me that. She reminded me, have to get active.
Yeah. Well, rook c8. White understands the job as well.
Queen.
Yeah. Queen b7.
Somewhere.
Queen b6.
Yeah. Take this. I think you have to take on b5. I don't imagine allowing ba4 is any good for white.
No. Yeah, she takes a4. Why not?
Coming.
Okay, rook takes b5. Okay,
Ivanka,
just a few.
I'm getting a bad feeling about what's happening for white. Like, yes, white's still better, but something just feels uncomfortable where the black king, looked like it was in harm's way. White won material. Something about this just feels a little bit tricky, but maybe Alua, she's more comfortable than I am in this position. She's also up a minute.
Yeah, she is up a minute, and she does have moves like queen to c7 at her disposal. But even then, I think you're right. This is not necessarily a clean in-game win for white because the pawn on h5 is vulnerable. Then you're suddenly having to play an in-game with a passed pawn on the board. And 44 seconds for Anastasia. The knight comes to d5, queen c4. I love this move. Pin the knight.
I don't really understand what black's going for because once this pawn is captured on a4, there's no attack whatsoever for black. So I think everything's under control on the clock, on the board, and about to be on the scoreboard for white.
Well, here comes the plan. Bishop to f6. But black's king is in so much trouble there on f7. And another pin emerges. Okay, well, all you need to do is go rook to d1. Finally! Both rooks are working.
Took long enough to get that rook into the game.
But it did the necessary, Robert.
Yes. Yes. And now it seems very easy how to convert this kind of game.
Yeah, as you point out, rook c5 is coming. Oh, Anastasia. Nothing can save her, but an incredible start for Alua. Winning 5 games in a row. And this game was so impressive. And there we see that she wins 1-0 to Alua.
Yeah, she won on time, but she really won on the board. And I mean, the way she was maneuvering her pieces, taking over those light squares, pushing g6 at the right moment, finding rook c3, bishop c4 check. Ivanka, you saw that as well. Very, very impressive stuff from Alua. She's just a teenager, and she just seems completely unbothered by all that's happening. She just wants to win the games in front of her.
Yeah, absolutely. Just beautifully played from the... It was a perfect opening choice. She encouraged her opponent to make the wrong developing moves, and then she got a very comfortable position where she controlled the center, she prevented the counterplay, and then she just went for it on the king side. And to think she is just 17 years old. Just
incredible.
Such a classy player.
Yeah, and only improving. We saw and spoke about her recent Beal event where she had a great performance, but she's going to have to keep this momentum. She's on a huge winning streak right now, gaining all sorts of rating points, but she's a tough opponent. And, well, they are playing the Sicilian once again, Ivanka. Now the colors are reversed. What do you think? Do you think that Anastasia, the Women's World Rapid Champion in 2023, do you think she's going to strike back here with the white pieces?
Well, I think she has to. She has to at least draw the game so that she can just settle her nerves and then just deal with the changing time control, because this is the last game of 5 minutes plus 1 second. Then it decreases to 3 minutes, and then finally in bullet, anything can happen. Wow. G4. There's no beating around the bush here. The pawn goes all the way up to g5. Knight has to step back.
Or b4. She says,
now hang on a second. She's going to go b4.
You attack me, I attack you. It's not just a game for one. And this looks bad for white. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, you take on f6, I take on c3, and I don't think this is a trade that white really wanted.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay, maybe she sacrifice the pawn then? Go move the knight. I don't want to go knight to e2. Go knight a4. Knight d5. Ooh, 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 ooh. The fireworks have exploded on the board.
Oh my goodness, I don't even understand what's happening. I do get it. Pawn takes knight, pawn takes knight. Ooh, no.
No. I was thinking knight takes e4, but okay. What's happening here?
I was completely with you because this looks like trouble and white's just taking over completely.
Oh my goodness me. Rook a7, and now you can take on e4, and the king has to run. Or maybe you can go bishop e6. No, but bishop e6, you've got queen to d4.
Oh, goodness.
Robert, problems.
And she plays in.
Oh, she plays queen d4 immediately. That's fine, because after knight c6, maybe you can take on e4 then, and force the king to go walkabout.
Like this feels tricky, and maybe they're tactically still working for white. We see the evaluation bar suggesting that white's made good moves. But you know what I mean, Ivanka? It's the same position where white sure is better, and then black gets counterplay, and white's position could be in some danger.
Okay, knight c6. Okay, now my initial thought was to go pawn takes pawn. And play some random stuff here. If the knight takes queen, you take the rook and you promote. But the white king is in this. Okay, that's actually happened. Knight takes c2. This is just pandemonium on the board. Knight takes a1. Development. Bishop h6. I want to get developed. Knight takes knight. Something needs to be done.
This is so smart. And if Alua had seen bishop h6, she probably wouldn't have taken this rook on a1 and tried for some trickiness, because this is not tricky at all. This is game over. Because if your best move is something like can't go king e7. That works in the bishop g4. This is done.
Yeah, you have to go king d7.
But then is
can you try to do some weird stuff like no? Because if you go rook e7, hang on a second. Let's count the material. I'm doing this queen e7.
Extra piece for white after queen takes bishop takes f8 is probably
bishop takes f8.
Wait,
rook g1.
I didn't even see the move. Like I was like, wait, what's going on here? Why is it black's time that's going down? It happened so fast. Oh,
rook g8. Oh no, it's just gone horribly wrong. It's a beautiful miniature there from Anastasia. Rook g1, rook g8, inviting everyone to the party. There's no hope. Any room for any potential tricks? No.
I asked you the question, Ivanka, if you thought Anastasia could get it done. I did not expect her to win it like this. I thought, of course, she had a chance, but this is a demolition.
Yeah, it's just brutal. Absolutely brutal. The problem is that this knight on a1 is hanging at the end of all the lines. So if yes, you can go bishop to e6, and maybe you can carve out some safe-ish home for yourself on d7. But the knight on a1 is hanging, at the very least.
So I would exactly take bishop f8. If the queen takes, there's also rook g8 winning the queen. So white just winning the house.
Yeah. Wow. Clinical.
I don't even see a plan.
You don't have a good bishop takes b3 check. Okay, well this is a nice intermediate move. A takes b3. I must admit I kind of missed these types of checks. And yeah, you still can't go queen takes bishop because of rook to g8. Queen e6. Well, you do have bishop c4.
Looks very good.
Looks good.
Winning.
Absolutely. Yeah. D5 maybe. Okay, queen to F5 played. No threats whatsoever for black. So
I have to say, though, Alua at least is keeping this moderately interesting. Many other possibilities would have just allowed trades to happen and the game to be won. But maybe there's a check on F3 that White needs to casually be scared about.
yeah, but you do have moves like queen to B8, and the queen F3 is just a check because you can go king C1.
That's true.
Okay,
Ooh,
queen to D4, even better. Cover all your bases, and that poor knight on A1 doesn't have much of a life.
So here's where you try to catch your opponent in a pre-move, even though White has plenty of time. Check, king C1, play queen takes B3, which is completely losing, but hope that your opponent's pre-move bishop takes B3, and that way you get a fork.
Yeah. You could also try by going queen takes F2. I hope that they pre-moved king C1.
It sounds like we're joking, but if I'm being serious for a second, when you're completely hopelessly lost on the board, like Alua is now, sometimes you do something like that just because your opponent takes for granted that there are no resources, and this is just checkmate in the next
Absolutely. Turns. And Anastasia strikes back. She wins with the white pieces, and it's now 1 point apiece. And we move on to the 3 minutes plus 1 second portion. 2 games in this section, and then time gets slashed even more because the final 2 games we played at bullet time control of 1 minute plus 1 second time bonus per move. What a powerful display there from Anastasia. She played that game to perfection.
She really did, and it's 1-1 in the final. These two juggernauts, they could only stop each other. Nobody else could get in their way. But Alua takes game 1, and then Anastasia, she's going to strike back. She, makes a resounding win that leaves her opponent trying to figure out what to do the next time around, because that was really great stuff from Anastasia, a recovery, and just showing her opponent that, hey, I'm in this thing. It's not going to be another sweep for either of us.
No, absolutely not. And both players putting on some convincing displays with the white pieces. But now it's Alua's turn, and the time control has now gone down to 3 minutes plus 1 second time bonus. And remember, the players are fighting it out for that very much coveted spot into the main event, where the players will be playing alongside the likes of Hu Yifan, Ju Wenjun, Alexandra Kostaniuk, and the who's who of the chess world. And, well, the games have kicked off again, and would you believe it, it's an open Sicilian. G2, G4 has been played, but this time B7, B5 was the response.
I think we're getting a theme match here. The previous game was a miniature. It started with pawn G4, but in this game, Alua, she takes control of that B4 square. So there are no pawn pushes for black, white pushes on the king side, and these types of positions, Ivanka, they're really tricky because G6 is in the air in many positions. Of course, H5, G6 as well. But it's not always easy to figure out where the pieces belong.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's also kind of not so easy to figure out where to go with the king as well. For white, you've extended as far as you can go on the king side. But do you really feel comfortable there on the queen side? Do you have to go all in? Well, we'll find out. And there, I would be tempted to go A5. Maybe rook, prepare it. I just want to go b4. I love to push pawns. It's like my trademark. If I'm comfortable doing it, there you go. Rook to b8, a5, b4. Ask white, are you really going to go that direction with your king? Or are you perhaps going to go kingside, in which case there's a lot of targets that are there to be made.
Yeah, you castle kingside and you wish your pawn could go back to g3 to help your king feel safer. And black has done absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. This knight is going to hop to e5, maybe into c4, f6 at some moment, if white castle's kingside could be on the cards, just because the rook gains some activity. You put pressure on white's overextended position. So I would say that so far, Anastasia, I like her position more. I also like her time management. She is a little bit ahead, but every second counts.
Absolutely. And the player's kind of hovering around the 2-minute mark. Not much in it. And she does castle kingside, a5 played. And the question here is, What's Black's plan? Is it b3?
Oh,
b3.
that drops the exchange.
Oh, b4. Ah.
Very direct.
Yes. And did I just see, looking at the camera, a sigh of relief there from Anastasia? She's seen it. b4 played.
So she wins the rook for the bishop, but I will say that the remaining part of the board seems relatively close. So obviously black is better. No one's going to deny that. Anastasia's playing great chess. But the one bit of good news for Alua is that maybe she can keep the board as close as possible and say my material deficit isn't actually the worst thing that I've ever had.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's an optimistic way of looking at things. I think you actually have to think of chess in that particular way when you're defending. A takes b4, yeah, just accept what it is. And, white does have, as you mentioned, some pluses, like, for instance, a lot of space on the king side, a lot of control, and the pawn on b4 could potentially be a target, right? It will hold the rook to the b8 square, and now b2, knight b2. And then, I can see this going wrong. I think you're right. Knight c4.
Yeah, I think some of White's moves, Ivanka, are actually quite straightforward. And it's not to say that White is going to be better in this game. That's not at all what I'm trying to claim. I just think that sometimes we win material and then we assume that the rest should be easy, that it's just a matter of, just playing the right moves, and that's that. And, okay, e5. Only one player has a light square bishop. That's White. So you're happy to gain control of all of these light squares here. I understand the need to gain space if you're black to bring a knight to e6 at some point, but you can tell that Alua now has much better chances.
Yeah, she does have. Yeah, e5. I can see why the computer hates it, but on the other hand, it's very tempting to play to get a knight onto f4. But somehow you just cannot break this light square bind that White has, because the move that I'm itching to play is a move like f6, but that can't be happening. Queen to c6, nice idea. Attacking the pawn on e4, f3.
That's I'm not there for that question mark. That felt harsh.
Yeah, well, the computers are harsh anyway. They just play perfect chess. And we're not down for that whatsoever. They're not playing with 40 seconds and that pressure, the nerves. G6. And Alua is going all in. She is initiating chaos. Pawn takes pawn had to be played. And queen to g2. Oh, this is scary stuff.
Yeah, all these lines are opening. d5 drops the e5 pawn with tempo, and the knight would land on g6. And now black is struggling because she's going passive.
Yeah, and you know who's holding the position together? That knight on c7, because I've been wanting to play bishop e6. Bishop b6, beautiful move. Oh, it's going wrong for Anastasia. She has to go rook takes knight. Sorry, rook takes bishop.
And that's
she has to play that. If she doesn't do that, she could be in huge trouble.
But she plays rook to b7. Now take bishop e6, queen h3.
I was wondering whether that was a mouse slip, because you just take, and like you say, give a check. It's on.
Here it comes.
It's happened. Queen h3.
And it's not checkmate because the king slides out to e7. But what about knight e3 to d5?
Oh, that's nice. Keep the king trapped. I love it, Robert. There's also knight takes d6. What other moves is there? There's also knight b6. Yeah, rook takes d6.
Uh-oh.
13 seconds.
Yeah, it's one of these tricky moves that could win you a game, but objectively it was not the right choice. The knight should go back. Oh, she's going too far. Yeah. She's going all in.
Yeah, but the king can take the bishop. And gives a check. And the king is safe on d7.
Wow. That's kept a cool head.
She did, but all credit to Alua. It looked like she was generating some huge amounts of play there. And in the end, she just pushed it one step too far. But wow, Anastasia with another win. So that means that she leapfrogs over Alua to move to 2 points against 1. And second game in the 3 minutes plus 1 second portion. Robert, whatever happens, we are going to go down to bullet, and that is going to be exhilarating.
Huge win there for Anastasia. She should be proud of the way she's holding on. She dealt a perfect game. Of course, we saw some mistakes happen there. But when the clocks start ticking low and there's a checkmate on the horizon, she's been able to defeat her opponent and then save her own king. So she clearly is determined. She's locked in. And Alua, for the first time, she's now facing a deficit and that needs to come back.
Yeah, and we did see in game 2 that Anastasia had a very important comeback win where she displayed some excellent preparation. This time she's gone for a completely different approach. She's gone for perhaps a closed Sicilian. Yeah, she puts her pawn on d3, bishop to g7, f4. f4 is meant to be a very good system when black has committed to d6 because you want to be responding with d5. But black will have to lose some time in order to do this. But yeah, changing off the bishop for the knight. Alua doesn't seem phased at whatsoever. Bishop e3.
And I played the close Sicilian from the white side my entire childhood, and this is exactly how people should play from the black side. You give up your bishop. That may seem like a bad idea, but it's a closed Sicilian, keyword being closed. Knights tend to do very well against bishops in closed positions, and if you look at the dark squares, right, we're kind of playing on all of them, and wow, f5, Ivanka, is that striking too early?
Yes, I think so, because like you, I also spent my teenage years this time playing the closed Sicilian, and I remember that this was the antidote. You kind of swap off your light square bishop, but I was always very, very comfortable with this type of play, and f5 is way too early. I mean, the only person who's going to benefit is white, because white gets all the light squares. Where's that knight going to go? If you go to e6, you're setting yourself up for a pin. You go to b5, well, you're not going to get a lot of joy there. And you can, again, see the evaluation bars start to rise. I'm thinking you can chase that knight one more time, or you can go bishop to d5 check. What are the moves? I'm putting my teenage hat on and thinking about the moves that I would have liked to play. Pawn takes pawn is another one. d4.
The knight. Yeah. You know, it may not be objectively the best decision, Ivanka, but it's so natural. Your opponent has a king that's a bit open. You want to open up the board even more for your bishops. So I can't really fault either player thus far, but I do have to say I like this pawn chain right here, f5 to e4. It's shutting down the bishop on g2.
Yes, I wasn't that enthusiastic about d4 because of this potential of e4 and f5, but king h8, h4, h5 pawn is going to come rolling. I mean, I was thinking maybe she should go d5. Don't care about material, just open up the diagonals for the bishops. Oh, this is a great move. Knight c4. You cannot let the dark square bishop fall.
Key to the position. And that's why the queen slides to e2, but now knight to d5. And black is just gaining ground. You put your knight on d5, going after the bishop of the knight. A knight trade also opens up the b file. If you, in fact, trade, this queen can go out to a5. And white doesn't really have an attack here, Ivanka. I mean, you want to get your pawn to h6 in one turn. Then you have a real attack. But I think black is going to see that coming.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, one of the reasons why people were never favorites of the closed Sicilian, they never liked it, is because they kept saying this bishop on g2, it's a terrible piece, and here it completely is. It's just jammed in by this pawn on e4, has no future. Anastasia, she's down on the clock and she's got questions to answer, serious questions. Does she trade the knights? How does she keep this important defensive e3 bishop on the board? How does she try to control black's play? Not easy at all.
It's not easy, but she is spending quite a lot of time here. So even if she finds the best move, the best move slowly is often worse than a good move quickly. And she has rook c1. The position is getting worse from the white side. And Ivanka, all these pawns on dark squares and only black with a dark square bishop, it is clear that there are going to be problems.
Yeah, absolutely. Queen to e2. Yeah, bishop takes pawn. Whoops, one pawn drops. And now, if I were white, I would potentially go knight to b5 and hope that black gets greedy and makes a move like bishop takes rook. And then, in fact, has it happened?
Yes, it has.
Yeah. And just pray that black gets greedy and grabs the rook. But of course, Alua, absolutely not. Knight to g4. King steps up.
And she goes bishop g. I love it.
Yeah. I was thinking maybe she might go bishop f2. And then calmly say that her king is absolutely safe. But 15 seconds for Anastasia. Knight comes to c3. She's mixing it up. She's threatening knight takes e4.
Oh, good call. Knight takes e4 now. Okay, wasn't played.
Maybe.
There's rook b2 at the end of those positions because the
Yeah.
bishop gains connection.
That's true. Queen to d2.
Can you just take on g5? Like, there's no way that white can take back.
Well, maybe. No. Knight b1. Defending the rook on a3.
Trade.
Yeah,
bishop b2.
Just go into the endgame.
Yeah, there's a fork at the end as well.
That's clinical. Yeah.
And
if Alua senses that queen takes queen is more than good enough. Yep, there she goes. Bishop to b2. How to save. Rook c3. And I like how Alua just keeps making the most accurate moves, trading the bishop for the rook on a3. And Anastasia, just 2 seconds left on the clock, and she's praying that a miracle strikes.
The only miracle, though, would be as if Alua's connection went away, because look at how she's playing. Getting her passed pawns, getting her rook, and saving her knight. Knight h1's almost checkmate.
Almost checkmate. But there is one thing Anastasia can take hope in, that she does have a pawn on g6. King to f3. But black does have an extra rook. 2 passed pawns. Yep, and that's it. Anastasia throws in the towel and Alua Newman equalizes. The players move on to 2 points apiece, which means we are now entering the bullet stage where time gets slashed to 1 minute plus 1 second time bonus. Roll up your sleeve, girls. This is it. Time to play fast and furious.
And neither of these players have played bullet yet. They won their matches so quickly. And as I see here, Alua, her bullet rating is nearly 2,500 on Chess.com. She is ready to go. And for Anastasia, well, she has her hands full, but she is the Women's World Rapid Champion. So she has a chance, of course, and her bullet rating, Ivanka, is actually 2640. So maybe she's the favorite.
Wow, 2640. That's an impressive rating for bullet. Very good. I say this as someone who has struggled past 2400 on bullet.
Yeah, well, Anastasia, we've seen her play in these scrambles thus far. She was able to get the better of Daisy Corey and end up winning the match with a perfect score. But even against Alua, some of those decisions when she has to scramble, they've been quite high.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's all about just keeping a cool head here and just being able to make those moves fast, especially towards the end, making those good pre-moves. And here, another Sicilian, g4 once again employed by Alua. And g5, knight moves away. And here we go, h4.
I want to study this line immediately after the broadcast ends because it's been the theme of this match. Both players uncorking some excellent tactics, and I have to say it's just a fun variation with chances for both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. And there you see castle queen side. Nice get traded off, and no. Some cool moves there from Anastasia. She's so brave. She just walks into White's attack. White is not feeling very safe either with his king on b1.
Yeah, this was...
The player's so quick, Robert.
Yes, they are, and they get that increment. So they're used to playing bullet without increment, I assume. Now they get 1 second with every move made. That should be helpful, but what else should be helpful is this opening of lines towards the white king. This looks very dangerous.
Yeah, and well, that pawn move there, b4, setting up ideas of knight to a3 check. The king just slides away to the corner. Nice safety move. And wow, White's attack. It's started to roll. g6, h6 in the air. e4.
Oh.
g6. Wow. Is that possible? I was expecting the other pawn to advance.
There might be bishop e5, and after bishop d4, you take and knight takes b2, something like that, with queen c3 in the air.
Oh my god. You're right.
But somehow it's good for white.
Yeah, I don't see. And with 37 seconds, and she takes on f7. King moves to h8. I mean, that's given a question mark, but the king looks pretty safe there, and rook to h3. But you can go knight to a4. And the evaluation bar just keeps moving up and down. It can't decide which way it wants to turn, and rook takes f7.
But this is clearly bad for black now. Bishop d5 and queen g7 mate after the king goes to g8.
Yeah.
She missed it?
No, okay, but now she's got rook. Isn't there?
Don't blunder this checkmate down here.
Oh. Rook c4.
Okay,
and that's a
blunder.
Yeah.
I think Ivanka rook e8 instead of rook f8 was good. This is checkmate on g7. King f8 is met by queen h8 mate. That's game over.
Yeah. Well, it got wild there in the closing seconds, but in the end, yeah, queen to g7, checkmate, and Alua takes the first point in the bullet portion. She's now in the lead, and Anastasia is in a must-win situation if she wants to take the match to Armageddon. Wow. That game was
wow
so
is the
crazy
only
at
word
the end.
for it, Ivanka. Yeah, that was wild. I mean, the eval swung. It said that Anastasia suddenly had a chance, but I think that Alua, it felt like she was in the driver's seat.
Yeah. Okay, well, the players have to reset because Anastasia now with the white pieces, and we have seen how dangerous she can be. So what kind of approach will Alua go for? Will she stick with her trusted Sicilian, knowing that a draw is sufficient to net her a spot into the main event? Knight e2.
Here we go. We got a Sicilian again, but a closed one. That didn't go well last time for Anastasia.
She's keeping her options open. She's gone for the fiancetta, not the fiancetta, c3 type Sicilian. Knight c3.
Ooh, I have to say, this looks nice from the white side.
Yes, it is. But on the other hand, you do get some happy moves, and then there is this feeling of what next. Because ideally you'd like a knight sitting there on c4, not so easy to achieve. The bishop comes out to e3, whereas black's plan tends to be to put the knight on d7 and knight on c5. But the bishop is sitting there on d7.
Yeah, it takes so long to reroute that piece. But now there's an open diagonal. At least black feels happy about some of the tactical possibilities. Knight jumps out to h5. So Ivanka, white is better objectively, strategically. But there are some chances for black thanks to some of the activity.
Yeah. Yes, knight a8. Bishop d4. Love this move.
I wasn't expecting it. I'm laughing not because it was bad. In fact, it was approved. But it just looks so strange.
Yeah, and now here comes f5. Well, Alua there with the aggressive queen to h4. This game, again, incredibly complicated.
Yeah, this knight.
You
called it, Ivanka. The knight was bad on b6, and now it's rerouted.
Yeah, it wants to be on c5. But on the other hand, you have given white some extra time. And now I feel like white should be posting up the queen right there on h6, close to the black king.
Then f takes g6, all sorts of tactics and threats in the black area.
Yeah, and she does it. And f6 is a big idea as well.
Ooh.
f6. We've seen that mating idea before. Queen to f6. Okay, well, hang on a second. Can you get away with that? I was thinking you could maybe take the pawn on g6, but no time for Anastasia to calculate. She has to rely on those instincts. f6.
Uh-oh. Look at the clock. Look at the closed position. Black is suddenly gaining the upper hand. The e4 pawn is loose, and knight takes f6. e4 drops next. It looks like Alua, she's getting what she needs to done.
Yeah, she does. She's already won a pawn. Knight steps back to e2. Just 9 seconds for Anastasia, 26 for Alua. And now Alua is taking over. She's swapping off the pieces. And yeah, you're a pawn down. You're in a must-win situation. It's going to require a miracle. Another pawn falls. It's over.
No. Yeah, too much time, too much energy, too resourceful. Alua Nurman, she's played such great chess throughout the day. And right now she is collecting all the pawns. And it looks like she's going to collect victory and move on to the WSCC.
Yep. d6. Well, there's no way for that pawn to advance even further. Knight comes to e5. She is just a whisker away from a spot in the main event of the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. She just has to hold her nerve and just secure the point. There it is, d7. Another pawn falls.
How many extra pawns does somebody need? There are 4 of them right now for Black, and this h-pawn is going to be escorted by the remaining pieces.
It doesn't matter. She can do what she likes here. She can take a draw in a completely winning position. But it's enough to get her into the main event, where she'll be joining the likes of Hu Yifan, Zhu Wenjun, Alexander Kostaniuk, and so many more players. Tan Zhongyi. And there we see. She's through.
Such a big deal for a youngster, a teenager. She wins the game. She wins the match. And that means Alua Nurman is our 13th official competitor in the Women's Speed Chess Championship. So, Ivanka, exciting stuff. Kazakhstan should be proud.
Absolutely. Just 17 years old. She won the Swiss very convincingly. She defeated Shashobi Gupta 4-0. And now here it went to the bullet portion. But boy, was she in powerful mode today. What an exhibition of chess strength. Alua Nurman, she's had an excellent summer so far, doing well at Baer and now qualifying into the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. Wow. What a contender.
It's the only word. Wow. I think we're just mesmerized by her play. She lost 2 games in a row in this match, and things could have gone away from her, and yet she played excellently to recover, to even the score, and then win those final 2 bullet games. So hats off to her.
Absolutely. And we are going to go on a short break while we set up an interview with our 13th qualifier, Alua Nurman, just 17 years old. So stay tuned.
How fast are the fastest chess players in the world? Bullet chess is a wildly popular format, with hundreds of thousands of games played daily on Chess.com. Players have a total of just 1 minute to play all of their moves. Hikaru Nakamura has the highest bullet chess rating ever achieved on the platform and is a 4-time bullet chess champion. On average, he spends just 0.8 of a second on a move, one of the fastest cadences in the world, all while playing better quality moves than most of us can with hours on the clock. Despite his fast speed, Hikaru rarely pre-moves, doing so only 15% of the time overall, and 36% of the time when under 20 seconds. Daniel Naroditsky has more bullet games than any other titled player on Chess.com, a mind-boggling 141,000 games. He takes just 1/100th of a second more than Hikaru overall, but when in a time scramble, he's pre-moving almost 10% more. While bullet chess is fast, hyperbullet is even faster. Players just have 30 seconds total for the game. Andrew Tang, generally considered the fastest mouse in chess, just won Chess.com's first ever Hyperbullet Championship. He's actually slightly slower overall than other top players, with an average move time of 9/10 of a second. But in a time scramble, his anticipation is unreal, as he pre-moves more than half of his moves. If you want to be a bullet chess legend, you are going to have to be a master of split-second decisions. Good moves are great, but what matters is often how fast you can get them on the board.
This summer, Paris, France is set to hold the greatest sports spectacle the world has ever seen. And no, I'm not talking about the Olympics, though that's pretty cool too, I guess. It's the 2024 Speed Chess Championship. In the 2024 Speed Chess Championship, 16 of the world's greatest speed chess superstars take up the gauntlet. Only 4 will make it to Paris. For the first time ever, you are invited into the battleground. Book your ticket now for arena-side viewing, live commentary, immersive pop-up booths, and more. Level up your ticket to gold, platinum, or diamond to unlock special event gift boxes, a VIP lounge, and player meet and greets. Hurry before the clock runs out.
Hello and welcome, and we are back with the absolutely amazing Alua Nurman, who not only won the Swiss portion, she also won the whole event, so she is now our 13th qualifier into the Julius Baer Women's Speed Championship. Wow, Alua, how are you feeling after such an impressive performance?
So, thank you. I feel happy and a little excited and very nervous right now because yeah, the adrenaline is still in me.
Yeah, and well, how did you reset? First after the Swiss portion, and then after the first match where you won, and then now.
I just tried to keep a strong concentration and to keep a cold mind. So that's how it works.
Yeah. And well, now you're going to be playing against the world's best. You've got Zhu Wenjun, Tan Zhongyi. Are you looking forward to locking heads with these great players?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Once again, I'm very excited.
You're very excited. And going back to the Swiss portion, at what point did you think I might win this event?
Sorry?
Oh, going back to the whole tournament, was there any point where you thought I actually might win this?
I think after I won the Swiss, I hope it was in my mind, and I just kept pushing it to, forward. Yeah.
And what did you do in between breaks to get yourself ready for the next stage?
I was trying not to distract, just drink water, and that's all. Yes.
So, yeah, so how did you prepare for this event, or how will you prepare for the upcoming main event? Do you have anything in mind? Because you've been having amazing summer so far. You got your second IM norm in Baer. You also became a women's grandmaster. Is there any secret to your success?
I'm just practicing a lot, training a lot, and just enjoying.
Yeah. And is there a difference between over the board and online chess, do you feel?
Yeah, of course. I think playing online it's harder than on the board because it's I think it's easy to lose the concentration. So you will have to keep a cold mind, like I said.
Yeah. And how do you keep a cold mind? Because you saw your clock ticking down to the final seconds. How did you manage to play such great chess?
I was just looking to the board and said to myself, like, you'll have to do this. And kept going forward.
Yeah. And so you played several time controls today. You played 3+1, and then you also played 5+1, and then finally bullet at the end. Which one of these formats do you prefer?
I think 3+1, and then I was very, how to say, very. It was very enjoyable to play 1+1 because it's just adrenaline and you have to move fast as you can.
Yeah.
So I really enjoyed it.
That's not so easy to do. And do you feel more pressure playing over the board or online chess? Which one's easier?
I think over the board. Yes.
Over the board.
And you see your opponent and it's like easier.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And looking onwards, you're going to be playing against some of the world's biggest names. Who are you looking forward to playing? Who do you hope to get?
I don't know. Maybe Jun, because I played with her at the Pro Chess League last year. So, her, yes.
Yeah. And just a general question. Do you have any hobbies? Is there anything you like to do besides chess?
Oh, yes, of course. I like drawing and singing. Also, reading books, and that's it.
Yeah. And finally, we have a question from chat. Terra Division asks, how do you prepare for your matches throughout the day? Do you study or do you relax?
How do I prefer what? Sorry.
How do you prepare for your matches throughout the day?
Oh,
do you study or do you relax?
It's like 50-50.
So when you study, are you using Chessable, or and when you're relaxing, are you just doing nothing, or do you relax by doing exercises? You mentioned you like drawing.
Yes, I watch films or TV series. Yeah, also drawing. By the way,
Yeah.
I'm going to be the graphic designer at the university.
Oh, wow. So
Yeah.
graphic design, and do you find that art helps your chess? Does it make you more creative?
Yeah, of course. It gives me a lot of inspiration and creative stuff.
Yeah, that's incredible. And also, you're going to be playing in the Olympiad for Kazakhstan. Are you looking forward to playing in Budapest?
Yeah, of course. I've been waiting for this moment a long time, so I hope to play well here.
Yeah, well, you played fantastic today, and you are one of our worthy qualifiers into the main event, the Julius Baer Speed Women's Chess Championship. And would like to thank you a lot for your time. Thank you for joining us, and well, good luck in the future in your main event. We'll see you then.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye.
And there we can see the winner of the first play-in of the Women's Speed Chess Championship, the play-in number 1. It was 17-year-old Alua Nurman, who played absolutely fantastic chess. She dominated the Swiss portion. She overcame Shubi Gupta 4-0, and in the end she defeated Anastasia Bodnaruk in the final, and now she is one of our coveted 13 players, 16 players in the event, 3 more players to find out, 3 more play-ins left, Robert. This is going to be insanely exciting.
Yeah, really exciting to see Alua win. Such a young, talented player who is just genuinely excited by the game of chess. I really enjoyed that interview that you just had with her, where she talked about not just her excitement at the upcoming Olympiad, but she's a graphic designer. That's really cool. It's great to see these players with interest off the board. So a bright future ahead, but also just super strong at present.
Absolutely determined as well. I liked what she said, but she just told herself, you're in with a chance, just do it. Don't let nerves get in the way. And she did what she came to do. And now she will be in the main event of the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. I can't wait to see who she plays against. And maybe she'll get to play against Ju Wenjun. That's the person she wanted to have.
Yeah, and it won't be because she asked for it, but I think by approximate ratings and seeding, that could be the case. So I have no idea what will occur, but she may get what she wished for, although sometimes we don't always want what we ask for, do we?
No, sometimes we don't get what we ask for, but you know what we want? A second play-in, another chance for players, titled players, women all around the world to qualify into the main event of the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship, where they can play amongst the likes of Ju Wenjun, Tan Zhongyi, Hu Yifan, and now Alua Nurmagomedova. This is going to be absolutely wonderful. And Robert, it's been an absolute pleasure hosting today with you. What have you made of the action?
Oh, I mean, how could it not be anything but praise for the players who they had to slug it out. 11 rounds of Swiss, then those matches, and Anastasia Bodnaruk deserves a world of credit as well. She really fought to the bitter end. Unfortunately, it didn't go her way there, but she's a fantastic player, a world rapid champion for a reason. But I think Alua Nurman, she deserved that first place today. She played excellent through and through.
Yeah, absolutely. Alua Nurman, a worthy champion. And on Wednesday, we will be back. Myself and this time Judith Polgar will be covering the action. We'll be finding out who will be winning the Swiss, who will be putting in those powerful, commanding performances, and ultimately who walks away with the winning entry and gets a coveted spot into the main event. Well, you'll find out on Wednesday. I can't wait.